Oh, you did? It's hard to find, right? You can't find it.
Are we ready? All right. I'd like to call the meeting to order, please. This is the regular meeting of June 11th, 2024, Scio Township Board of Trustees. We'll call the meeting to order at 7:02. And we'll begin with a roll call and then if everyone would join in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, Hathaway,
Present.
Palmer, present, Flintoff, present, Brazeau,
Present.
Carrie, present, Noel, present, Riser,
Present.
all here.
Please join in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item is adoption of the agenda. Are there any modifications proposed to the agenda? Seeing none, is someone prepared to move the agenda as proposed? Moved by Palmer. Support by Riser. Support by Riser. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the agenda is adopted. That brings us to communications to the Board of Trustees. Are there any comments?
It was just what was the email earlier or?
Yeah, the only two new communications that the board hadn't seen before were from Renee Smallwood regarding her ongoing concerns about smoke issues. And I would ask that maybe the manager and code enforcement officer and chief could take a look at it, maybe loop back to the next meeting.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to public comment. This is the time for members of the public to speak for up to 3 minutes on any matter under the purview of the Board of Trustees. And Trustee Brazeau, are you ready to serve as our
Hard
timekeeper?
3 minutes, by the way, hard 3 minutes.
Yes. So we usually begin with those who are present in the hall who wish to speak during public comment. And if you would just come up to the table, have a seat and in turn and use your 3 minutes and honor the 3-minute time limit. And then once we have finished with those present in the hall, then we'll turn to those who are participating remotely.
You guys all acting as one then?
Or are you taking,
not a thing.
you're just coming up to take turns? Okay,
Okay.
well,
Got it.
whoever would like to begin, please start off.
I'll begin.
All right, state your name now.
My name is Joe Grammatico, and I would like to talk to you about an issue that came up and was brought to me by a friend. There was an email letter that was brought to my attention by somebody, and it's a letter that Jillian Carey wrote to the tax officials of Scio Township, Rebecca Biacco and Sarah McCreary. In this letter, Jillian is telling these people that some of the properties have never been fully assessed and that she believes that they are under assessed. Now she has singled out 28 properties out of 6,000. And it just so happens at least 4 of them are her enemies and her opponents of Scio Township. One of them being me, her neighbor, next door. And by the way, her house is not on the list, but it is appraised at half the value of mine. The others include Jack Knowles, he was the supervisor in 2019, Will Hathaway, supervisor now, and Terry Murray, who's running for, I believe, treasurer. Isn't that strange? Out of 6,000 units, she picked 28 on 28, and at least 4 of them are her arch enemies. I would like to ask her how she came up with these appraisals. Are you telling me that you looked at all 6,000 houses and you appraised each one? Are you a qualified appraiser? No, you're not. You picked out our properties because they're your opponents, and then threw in a couple of unsuspecting property owners to make it look legit. This is ridiculous. It's an outrage. This is a clear case of abuse of power. She is clearly targeting and stalking me and the others. This is bordering on unlawful behavior, and she's using the township and the sheriff as her weapons of choice. This may be grounds for legal action. And I believe she's crossed the line. This is not the first thing she's done to me. In her first month as trustee, they had a special meeting about dogs off leash and dog poop. Really? We're spending time talking about dog leashes and dog poop. That's already a Michigan law. Okay? I got a letter. I asked everybody else for that I know in Tioga Township that has a dog. They didn't get a letter. Only me. Targeting? Maybe. So why am I being targeted? Well, because she's my neighbor and she hates me, I'll be honest. She is one of the worst offenders of the blight laws. Her yard is a complete mess trash bin. But do they ever do anything when I call? Nope. But they do anything with me? Yes, they do. They come and they made me take down 6-inch crosses of Jesus Christ off my fence, 2 of them. And the letter says that if my fence ever fell down, they could scratch somebody. Really? Ralph wrote that letter. He's retired now. So this is clearly harassment by Jillian. And if anybody wants to go see her yard, she's at 153 Llewellyn, right next to my house. She says mine's worth more. With the trash in her yard, I couldn't even sell my house the way it is right now. So anyway, I wanted you to know that if she keeps on with this, and if you guys want to talk about raising us 28 people.
Thank you for figuring that out.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And God help you.
All right. I'm Michael Davis at 5575 West Liberty Road. Shouldn't be here at all. I have a siren that's installed next to my property. You're running power across my property to the pole. For 18 months, haven't removed it. You've cut down 50 by 30 feet, 47 trees and bushes of my property. You haven't paid for, you haven't restored. Nothing. I apologized. I've offered to help, but the township manager wants to have nothing to do with it. I've offered a solar panel on the pole, easily solvable, $2,000. I was told we don't have solar panels. You do on your siren on here on River Drive. Nope. I was told, I said, move the pole. I got transformers on my property up front. You can move it there, 3 other spots, all within 200 feet. I was told you can't move the pole. So I went and got a quote from a person willing to move the pole for $4,987. Move the pole. So we're up to $5,000. I'm already $5,000 in legal fees. Over $10,000, maybe $20,000 in trees. And who knows how much in property value. Scio Town or Washington County Road did a very detailed property analysis on my property from the roundabout. They paid me $9,500 for the same size that you need for that wire. $9,500. I'm trying to save you money, but the township manager wants to spend lawyer fees. Sounds like theme over here. This is blacked out. Only a few lines exist. This is FOIA for your lawyer. Most of the amounts are blacked out. I'm $5,000. God knows how much you've spent. I've offered a $2,000 and a $5,000 solution. The answer has been no. We're about to go to court because I'm going to have to get you off my property. I know somebody here ran out because their property had a problem and they cared about it that much. That was an accident probably. Me, you're doing it to me on purpose and none of you care about my property that much as you care about your own property to stop doing what you're doing. We're about to spend $20,000 each in lawyer fees. Worst case, you spend $20,000, I spend $20,000, you pay me my property value, get my trees back. I'm out $20,000, you're out $40,000. Worst case for you, you lose, you still move the pole, you still pay me for all the damages. I don't understand why we're not looking for an answer to move the pole. And by the way, the pole sound goes 6,000 feet. You want to know how that happens? I shared with the township manager a year ago. This pole that's installed has a decibel of 130 decibels. I shared the installation guide. Installation guide. The output of this siren is capable of causing permanent hearing damage. To prevent this excessive damage, plan carefully on the location for excessive levels. 123 decibels is the safe distance, 166 feet. My pole is within 100 feet of my house. You have 4 other poles in this township. I'll continue later at the next meeting about the liability this township has known about for a year and does nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Hi, I'm Marcia Wolfson and I live at 3432 Woodley Drive in Scio Township. It's also come to my attention that my property, along with 28 others, has been targeted for reassessment by one of our trustees here. And I would like to know, out of the 6,000 other properties in the township, what was your criteria for selecting these 28 quote unquote certain parcels. On a personal note, I think it's ridiculous to assert that my property is undervalued. This makes no sense to me. My home was built in the late 1950s. It has a 24-year-old furnace. It has water damage due to poorly designed construction, which has necessitated the repair of my entryway and replacement of 2 windows and the boarding in of 7 other windows. My old house just ain't what it used to be, and my yard has lost way too many trees to disease. It's been suggested to me, as it was suggested here, that these seemingly random targeting of these properties is personal and was not based on proper procedure and professional practices. If this is true, it's not acceptable and it should be rectified. This is only my 2nd time attending a township meeting, but seemingly the lack of a sound basis for targeting my residents for a tax increase brings me here. Thank you.
My name is Ben Griffith. This is the first ever meeting I've ever been to at one of these. Trustee Carey has specifically targeted me. The first speaker misspoke when he said there were 4. I would be 5 people who would be personally targeted. The only connection I have with Ms. Carey is that 6 years ago, we had a brief conversation about the GFL garbage conversation on Nextdoor, where I disagreed with her position. The next thing I find is the email where she is targeting my property for retribution. Trustee Carey, you have exercised extremely poor judgment, and you have abused your power, the little that you have.
And if I could, I'd ask that you direct your comments to the full board, which is our procedure.
Great. Stupid is as stupid does, so we know what's been done. And I'm curious how the board stands. I don't care so much about the person who perpetrated the problem. I care what you think. And so I'd like to ask if you guys support this action and you find it to be justified, reasonable, or if you have some rationale for explaining away this abuse of power. That's it.
My name is John Stinson. I live at 3930 North Michael Road in Saginaw Hills. I too am on that list of 26 homes. Ms. Carey actually called my wife before we got that note in the mail and explained to her that she was investigating property tax fraud in the township. So I'd like to know if you can tell me exactly what is the fraud you're investigating.
Potential.
Can you tell me what?
Well, sure, I can explain.
This isn't a time for a back and
Well,
forth.
I think it's a necessary, Supervisor Hathaway. So remember recently when our tax assessments went up right across the state, 5%? Well, it happened and we had a lot of phone calls from a lot of residents. And I was in the office doing some work and I ran into the assistant assessor in the hallway. And I said, wow, Becky, we are getting a lot of phone calls about this. She said, yeah, but this is just right across the board. Everybody's went up. And I said, oh, okay. And she said, yeah, and I've been working really hard since I got here a couple of years ago to make the assessments proper because there was a lot of messes in the past. And I was shocked when I came here from Pittsfield. I thought I was going to have a easy retirement of 3 days a week just to get out of the house. And I said, yeah. And she goes, well, and I'm getting calls for people that we have raised their property taxes to where it should be, even some were under assessed. And I said, oh, she said, yeah, even today I got a phone call. And I said, really? Who was, and she said he was really upset. And she said it was Larry Murray, our previous assessor's brother. which was a red flag. And I said, oh, have you found a lot of under assessed? She goes, yeah, there was quite a few. Now, she also did say that they went right across the township. Anybody that had like a pond or some part that was unbuildable, that would lower the assessments. Well, by law, we have to have documentation for the state to say this parcel has a pond. It's unbuildable. Here it is. She said, we didn't even have that. So they went ahead and right across the township, took all of that away and said that any resident that has unbuildable or lower than assessed would have to come to the Board of Review. So I asked her if I could do, if I gave her a list of parcels, that she would do the history for it on me. I mean, so I could look, because it's kind of suspicious that the brother of the assessor had under assessed. These are her words, not mine. So anyway, she said yes. And I provided her the list, didn't hear back from her. And then all of a sudden it's over with the head assessor. That makes sense. Didn't hear back from her. And then the next thing I know, people are FOIA-ing my emails. And also somebody had made many copies because I found them in the print room. And when I asked Supervisor Hathaway or Andrea about that, she said, Supervisor Hathaway instructed me to make many copies of your email. And I'm like, well, this is really interesting. Andrea also said that she wasn't going to fulfill my request. So it's my statutory duty when somebody comes to me and says, there's an issue with the finances of one way or another. That's all I was doing, was investigating. Now, I know that there is a group of residents that are band together and that have been involved in township for a long time and are friends with the supervisor or the previous assessor. So that's why they were on the list. John, were on the list. I know you and your wife. There's other people on the list that I know. Your house was comparable to some of the houses that were to look at. Now, the thing is that I didn't want this to go anywhere except to the assessor, because if there was nothing there, what's the big deal? But if there was something there, then what would we do as a board? That's all it was. Now, my neighbor that just showed up, yes, I've had a personal protection order against him. And he is using this opportunity with his friends to attack me because I am running for supervisor. I've done nothing in this township but try to make things right. Remember the township-wide special assessment? Everybody received the surplus funds back on their winter taxes. I was very instrumental in that. People that were illegally charged for special assessments, I have been involved in getting their money back. Now, if I am interested in raising people's taxes, which by the way, I can't do, that is not my statutory duty, only the assessor can, and the board can't even do that. But I have been working hard for residents to make things right for people so we can live in this community together. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be, I'm looking at you, but I'm not yelling at you.
All right, I don't know your neighbor. I've never met Mr. Grammatico.
And neither do I, for whatever that's worth.
And
So you're wrong about this cabal thing. You're targeting us personally.
No, and you, Ben, I've never had a conversation with you.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
I
have
can,
documents for it if you'd like to see.
and did I attack you?
Yes, you did.
I don't remember that.
So,
Well, that's my point.
we have a procedure for public comment. We're
I
kind
know.
of getting kind of off track here.
If you let
But I gave
let
you-
trustee Carey speak, I realize you let it off track.
I'm sorry about that, but let's try and get it back on track with public comment. I don't know when, the current speaker, okay, so if we
Yeah,
could
go
start,
ahead.
if we could start up
Yeah.
again,
Thank
and
you.
would you like to finish your comment? Do you
Yeah,
have
I
more,
got another 2 minutes.
do you have more to say, or?
just that, is there anybody else on the board that's working on this with Ms. Carey?
I mean, our typical procedures to respond at the end. I was gonna try to give some facts in case it's helpful, because there's a lot of things that have been.
Why don't we wait until the
back.
end and
Yeah.
and then if people would like to have an opportunity to speak at the end of public comment, then we can make time
Yeah.
for that, but
Because a lot of what you're talking about is, I think, not
well, that's time for public
Accurate.
comment, not time for board comment. So let's try and
happy to
get
talk
back.
The
one-on-one.
only other question I had was, I understand there was some sort of law passed years ago about not increasing taxes you know, getting somebody taxed out of a house that's been in the house for 30 years. Proposal A, I've owned my house for 35 years in the township. And so that's wondering, you know, that could be why my taxes are lower, because it's somewhat proposal A limited. So maybe that's why I'm on it, but I just wanted to know the criteria, because
There was no review of any parcels because it was not provided.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's move on with public comment. Who's next?
Hello, I'm Jim Dries. I live at 3840 North Michael Road in Ann Arbor 48103. I've served Scio Township as a trustee from 2004 to 2008. I'm currently on your compensation commission, where I work together with other members to recommend changes in your compensation, hopefully effective in the next year. I'm also one of the people on Trustee Carey's list. Trustee Carey, we've never met. We've never had anything to say to each other. So how I got to be one of your enemies, I don't know. But the list is clear to me with my experience in electoral politics and working with commissions and boards, that it's an enemies list. This is behavior that's completely outside the bounds of an individual elected official in this township. And this board needs to take action to sanction this behavior. I condemn it. And I'm watching the individuals when Trustee Carey speaks, nodding their heads, saying, yeah, it's okay. It's not. August 6th is coming. And I know exactly what I'm going to do on August 6th. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, Ben. This is the appropriate person to follow, Paula Gloverson, resident since whatever, 87. This gentleman here, Mr. Dries, who's been a long time involved, tried to take 4 neighborhoods, Polo Fields, Country French, Arbor, whatever they call themselves, where I live, and the trailer park. And let's put us on a developers on-site sewage system. Well, I got laws after that, so at least people, and got, you know, the developers even wanted to take me to dinner or lunch. And they moved it away from my house thinking that I wouldn't care. Well, I had to sit, and it was because of Jean King, and I wish we had more people like her, who was a trustee, that I got to sit in, and Kathy knows, sit in and listen for like, I don't know, was it a year or longer? Every day before, every Wednesday or whatever the heck it was, before I went to work. You would see a lot more on-site sewer systems. I only have 3 minutes. The corruption in this township has been disgusting. You can still see on YouTube Supervisor Hathaway and his Park Road with Lou Kidder, which involved Roy Townsend, my homeowners association people, who actually, when we tried to recall Hathaway, called my house personally. So all these people are gonna get up and say, how corrupt. They need to start looking at this entire township. That's what I'm really here about, including people who lay down with them. And, you know, I promised myself I wouldn't go mommy dearest like Faye Dunaway, because this is not my first rodeo in this township. And to all of you, and I dread what a compensation committee made up of these wonderful people that I've, you know, and I don't care where you vote, what your religion is, what your sexuality is, what your ethnicity is. I don't even care how long you've been in the township. That redaction that man said was one of the reasons I got on them. And this gentleman here, blocking freedom of information. That is my huge thing in this township. And there are a lot of people who want these developments that may not necessarily be good. And I'm actually pretty much of a capitalist. I'm not against development. But no, we have these committees that are going to want to put chicken bones in our backyard. That's the most important thing in this township anymore. And Gelman over here, everybody wants to tell you how to live and control their little piece of the pie. I'm really sick of it. And I'll be voting accordingly too. And I will write up my thing for my neighborhood of what they tried to do on Park Road
Thank you.
and who was involved with it.
Thank you, Paula.
Hello, my name is Monica Knowles, and I've lived in Scio Township, or 3420 Woodley Drive. I've lived in the same house for 36 years. My husband Jack is a former supervisor. Trustee Carey, I'm sure you remember him, as you publicly accused him at one of these board meetings of being paid off by GFL to secure the trash contract. Of course, you had no proof because they never gave him anything other than a box of chocolates after he left office. But that didn't matter to you because you had an agenda and facts were not the priority. Full disclosure, after that statement, I encouraged Jack to sue. However, Jack doesn't hold negative energy or waste resources on frivolous actions. There's a pattern in your behavior. I would say there's a pattern in Trustee Carey's behavior, most recently at the April Road Advisory meeting, when instead of, she couldn't make the 1.5 mile journey from her house to come to Township Hall personally, so you participated via Zoom. You seem to be multitasking and apparently forgot that it was a live meeting. When you said publicly, I'm going to strangle that asshole, John Reiser. The lack of professionalism is mind-boggling. You often chastise Will Hathaway, telling him to apologize for various things. And I wonder, did you take responsibility for your actions, following the directions that you always give Will, and apologize to John for your violent comment? I'll have to ask John later about that. All of this brings me to the 28 people on the hit list because I am one of those people. And again, of the thousands of homes that are in this township with no experience as an assessor, these particular properties are targeted. Many of these properties are owned by people who have disagreed with you. And it's disturbing that an elected official tasked with acting in the best interest of the township would use their power for a personal vendetta. When I first heard about this, I was unsettled. Beyond the financial implications, it's troubling that you would actually abuse your power this way. Your actions have become widely known. Everyone is talking about, and unfortunately has given Scio Township a black eye. I was talking to somebody about publicly endorsing John Boyle, and they said John had their vote, but they had a business in the township and they were afraid of retaliation. Retaliation in Scio Township. What have we come to that we have to be afraid of what our elected officials will do to us? There's elections, I actually don't think it's all bad what has occurred because everybody knows. And people are watching this and people get to see who you are. And I think that people, once they are informed, information is power and they will vote accordingly. And I don't think that being an angry person, that's even in the last few minutes when you're defending yourself on something, you get so worked up. I think people really have to question if that's the best representation of Scio Township. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Monica.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak during public comment? If so, this is the moment.
Rob Pattinson, Scio Township resident. Last week, I got a letter from Mr. Joe Grammatico stating that I was being targeted for higher taxes by a member of this board. This information got my attention and I called the people involved. Here is what I found. Trustee Carey was made aware by an employee of the Township Assessing Office that certain properties have been unusually underassessed by a prior township assessor, Jim Murdy. Trustee Carey asked for the assessment records for those properties and similar comparison properties from current township assessor Andrea Garrett. Assessor Garrett refused to provide the information, stating that she doesn't participate in political issues. Somehow that request for information seems to have gone from the assessing office to Supervisor Hathaway, to Jack Knowles, to Joe Grammatico, who wrote me the letter letting me know I was being targeted. I find it interesting that an employee of Scio Township would refuse to provide data of a potential crime while at the same time providing that request to those who would weaponize it into a political attack against the person making the request. Trustee Carey was made aware of a potential crime and was trying to investigate it quietly to protect the reputation of the assessing office and the previous assessor, Jim Murdy. Taxpayer funds are one of her statutory and fiduciary responsibilities and the reason behind her investigation. That is the statutory fiduciary responsibility of all of you. Thanks to the efforts of Supervisor Hathaway, Jack Knowles, and Joe Grammatico, that information is now public. All of you have now been made aware publicly that a potential crime has been committed. So what are you going to do now? You really only have one option. It is time to bring the state investigators and let them sift through the assessing records, see if the reported irregularities constitute a crime. Yesterday, I called Assessor Garrett to let her know about this letter I received and asked her what she could tell me about it. She didn't want to get into it and referred me to Manager Parker for an explanation. She did reassure me that no one person can do anything with the tax rolls to attack an individual resident. Every assessment roll is reviewed by the county and by the state. She assured me that no one other than a licensed assessor can make changes to the tax rolls. In Scio Township, that is Assessor Garrett, her licensed assistants Becky and Sarah. There are checks and balances to ensure that the claims Mr. Grammatico made are impossible. I then called Manager Parker, who told me she is aware of the existence of the letter I received, but not the content. Assessor Garrett made her aware of the request and the letter, and that she had refused to produce the data Trustee Carey asked for. Both Manager Parker and Assessor Garrett explained that the properties are always underassessed in Scio Township. I'll finish at closing comments.
Thank you, Rob.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Greenberg, 6089 Green Mountain Circle. This is not my first meeting. A very wise friend of mine recently said, it only takes one side to start a fight and make it look like both sides are fighting. Okay, think about that. From the perspective of a lot of these people, there's this two-sided fight going on. And people in the township are sick of it. But the reality is that there's really only one side fighting here. We've seen this continually. Whenever there's a chance to attack Trustee Carey or Clerk Flintoft, Supervisor Hathaway wastes no time running around in the background, not preparing reports for the township to tell us what he did. No, he hasn't done that in months. He doesn't do his job. He runs around in the background stirring shit up. And that's what happened here. That's what happened with Sheriff Gate. When he knew from Ian, he knew that nothing had happened, yet he went and called the sheriff and reported a crime because he knew he could point at Jillian. He did that again just now. And he got Monica a copy of the thing, and then she's sending it out, hey, enemies list, target list. Enemies list. The nonsense I've heard tonight from people like Joe Romatico, whose child bullied mine all through high school, whose child's a double convict now. This guy has harassed people left and right. His dogs get out and bite people. His dogs bite people in his shop.
Lie.
There's,
Sorry, I'm not gonna look.
shut up. I'm talking.
You cannot lie about it.
Jonathan, please. keep
Tell him
your
to shut the fuck up. I'm talking now.
No, I'm not taking lies, man. That's.
There's police reports where his dogs have bitten people.
Okay,
I've
let's
seen
stick to the subject matter,
The
please.
subject matter is Will Hathaway has once again run behind the scenes, got some stuff, started a rumor, and sent all these folks out here to get all upset and say, hey, don't vote for Jillian. She's coming after you. This is political. This is a game. They've got some old guy Boyle who doesn't even want to be the trust or the supervisor running because Jack Knowles has pushed him to, just like he pushed Will Hathaway. This is a little cabal of people that are ganging up and sending out all kinds of nonsense to get people focused on not voting for Jillian. It's political and it's a hack job. And you should all be ashamed of yourselves for participating in it.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak during public comment?
USA, please don't talk about me that way.
Please, please.
Hey, gentlemen, please. Gentlemen, please.
Oh, we're all bullies. Yeah, you are. You're an alcoholic too.
So call on the next person.
Well, thank you. Judy, please come up.
Public comments.
We are still in public comment, if we can stay there.
We can. Good evening. I'm Judy Monk and I have a few comments. I'm at 5554 Gallery Park Drive. The first is, I went through the agenda or the minutes from last meeting and I had just a couple of questions. The first one was, the Transit Millage Committee announced that they were going to have an informational meeting, which I think is very important because we've got a millage coming up. And we probably want to have more information out there than just a few signs that I see posted. So I haven't heard any more about an informational meeting. And I don't see it on the agenda tonight. So I don't know members of that committee, but maybe we can encourage them to have that meeting as soon as possible, since voting will start as soon as the end of this month. So that was one from the last meeting. The second one from the last meeting is a discussion about the wage and classification study. There was a great deal of discussion about that. And as the minutes show, it involved an RFP, it involved going to be extensive amount of time and also as much as $20,000 invested in such a study. And then it made a comment in the minutes that said that it was stated that the manager would get informal quotes and bring a quote back to the trustees so they can approve an agreement. And this is where my comment comes in, is that as an AT&T executive and with compensation and government experience, I would never want to associate the word informal with a wage and compensation study. It's just not an informal activity. Those kinds of initiatives have significant impact on personnel, on staff, on personal lives, and also long-term on budgets. So if I could ask, I'm not sure whose hands it is in right now, but I would strongly recommend that we take a formal approach to it, a formal RFP approach to it, and make it as transparent as possible to both the staff and the community. Like no funny business, no playing around, because you want it to be above reproach. Anything that's going to impact the salaries and compensation and reclassification, you want it to really be out in the open. And so I would encourage you to do an RFP, formally handle that. And then I want to switch gears to this agenda. Shit. I have two more important things.
Coming later. Closing comments.
Well, one, maybe Brandon, because is Brandon going to be on the agenda tonight?
Brandon McNeil is here.
Okay, if he can address that sewage,
That would be.
okay, thank you. That was gonna be one of them.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak during public comment?
Good evening, board. Be really quick, so I know it's been a little bit of time. Ryan April, 1007 East Summerfield Glen Circle, Ann Arbor, 48103. Specifically, the thing on the agenda I had a question about is K2. If I read this correctly, if I was the item wrong, it was $274,000 in year one. No offense to Drive IQ and Mr. Brazeau's company. I just question if, we only did receive one bid, if I understand correctly. At least that's what it looks like. But asking if we asked to the city of Ann Arbor, other communities in Washtenaw County, the county themselves or surrounding communities, who they use for a similar solution, just to at least have competitive bids from a transparency and openness perspective. Certainly, Drive IQ might be the ultimate selected bidder anyways, but just coming from a transparency and openness standpoint, especially after some of the concerns people have raised about other issues tonight, is quite concerning that that's almost a $300,000 contract and we only got one bid. That's it. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Brian.
Is there anyone else present who would like to speak during public comment? Seeing none, let's turn to those who are participating remotely.
If you'd like to speak, please raise your Zoom hand. First up is Pam Boyd. Pam. Pam Boyd.
Oh, sorry, here we go. Pam Boyd, a Scio resident. Supervisor Hathaway, in the 3.5 years of your tenure as supervisor, what have you done to foster a cohesive working environment or create respect with your fellow board members or residents who attend these meetings? You thought it was okay to eminent domain residents' property along Honey Creek for your pet project. You changed public comments in a board minutes because you didn't like how the comments were unfavorable toward you. You were so ignorant on how a general law township worked, you refused to approve minutes of a dozen board meetings until residents filed complaints with the state. You did this because you were trying to make Clerk Flintoff look bad. In reality, your ignorance cost the township more attorney fees. Your efforts to switch from being a member of a township committee to being a supervisor has hurt this township. In addition, you hired your own expensive babysitter, attorney, to shadow you, saying it wasn't going to cost more to the township than we were already paying, which ended up being an approximately $167,000 more in fees. Your immature behavior was a deciding factor on why Administrator Rowley gave his resignation. You couldn't accept a higher authority with over 30 years of experience over your own feelings. You, along with Interim Administrator Murdy, removed Clerk Flintoff's statutory duties in an attempt to damage her credibility. After returning some, but not all, it went to court with an affidavit from Murdy, which was full of mistakes. How much did your snit fit to hurt the clerk end up costing this township? You called the sheriff to come protect you from gray-haired women who the Constitution says we have the right to say angry words without reprisal when you are being stupid. What's more, it's noticeable you shut down female members of the board and give the male members more leeway. Emailgate, Sheriffgate, 7 months ago, you made a mistake by leaving your official township email account downloaded for some months on the public township computer for anyone to access, putting this township in jeopardy. You refused to acknowledge what the rest of Scio can see. It was not Trustee Carey's mistake, it was your own ignorance. But again, you called the sheriff on a woman. When it was discovered that it was indeed your mistake, you refused to stop the process, and now it's languishing at the prosecutor's office because you can't admit said mistake. Time and time again, you have a bad habit of making decisions by yourself when those decisions should be made along with your fellow board members, which ends up blindsiding them. You failed repeatedly to make timely reports to this board. You have failed to do your statutory duties because it's the way we've always done things. Assessorgate. Trustee Carey, in her position as trustee, was asking for information on potentially underassessed properties, something a trustee might do when questions are asked of her to understand if, how, and when residents might have been underassessed in their taxes. The only thing that makes sense here, with the negative campaign Mr. Knowles and Mr. Grammatico are now running against her, is
Thank you, Pam.
Supervisor Hathaway must have been part and parcel of this effort.
Thank you, Pam.
Yet
Thank
again,
you.
a
Thank you.
woman, who, by
Thank
the
you,
way,
Pam.
is running for
Thanks,
supervisor.
Pam.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Anybody else? Please raise your Zoom hand. Any other interested public?
There's one right here.
Okay, none other remote.
Hi, Kathleen Brand, Scio resident. I make a point of timing people's comments. I believe Pam Boyd got shorted by 30 seconds, but if we could try to, yeah, I do the same thing, Mark. I do the same thing. What I really want to ask is on K5 is talking about a request from GFL to essentially sell their business to someone. That's been a long-term contentious issue. I'm gonna request that the board have a public hearing. Let's hear what the residents think about the service that we've gotten, any reports that were reported. I know there were a number of reports that
GFL was responsible for giving the township, and I think lately they haven't been doing that. But there's penalties for late pickups, for mixing garbage and recycling. I think it would be a good idea to ask the residents what they think, and if there is any holdover liability for those failures on their part. It seems to be a lot of money that we lost as a township. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Last chance for public comment. Well, not last chance because we have public comment at the end of the meeting too, so. You missed this opportunity, you can take advantage of that one. All right.
Will, I had a response.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
People did want to have a chance to respond.
Sure.
Quintoff, please. You go
Sure,
first.
small point. First on the dog waste ordinance, that was something that came out of advocacy from the Huron River Watershed Council. Former trustee Green and I worked on it, got it together. It took a minute, we had to amend it, but that was something related to the water quality. And with enforcement, we have a in-house code enforcement officer now. So I would hope that our enforcement is even. If it's not, you should all complain to us about that. In terms of assessing and the comments, I first want to answer, I think some questions was, what does the rest of the board know about this email that Jillian sent? Think about it, know about it. So what I want to say is I've seen the email, and the email is a request for information that she had of the assessing office. It's not been filled. I spoke with Mariah this morning. I think she was gonna get together with Jillian to make sure that that would be filled. The information she was asking for may even be published and publicly available. Some of what's in BSNA, I don't know. So may all be published. So, and in fact, it's one of those records that isn't just publicly available, but is published for everyone to see, including yourselves. I encourage everybody to ask for your own assessing record if you want to know what it is. Just like I encourage people, ask for your own voting history if you want to check and verify those records. In terms of the assessing, I will say that I think this board, it would be helpful if we could maybe schedule at our next meeting or sometime soon, a presentation by our assessor, along with the assessing staff, to kind of talk about the state of the assessing records, because it's no secret. And we had former IT director and assessor Murdy left in, I think, 2021. We brought in Warsha Carney, who'd had a career in Pittsfield. She immediately saw, you know, a lot of catching up on the records to be done. Our new assessor, Andrea, has been supported by an outsider, Becky Biacco, who's doing a great job. The whole assessing team's doing a great job. But we all know for the last 2 years, every time you go in there, they're like, oh, we got a lot of catching up to do. There's a lot of things that are out of date, a lot of things that are missing, a lot of things that are wrong. And so a lot of people did get some changes. I would like to direct people's attention to the AMAR, the Audit of Minimum Assessing Requirements. Okay, publicly available, you can search for it, happy to send copies. The one from 2014 is very critical of Scio Township's assessing records. It's got 8 findings that we need to address. This is done every 10 years. Andrea's been working really hard to get us into compliance. You'll see many more policies, procedures, land value tables, all these things on our website. So I just want to acknowledge that there is a lot of work being done and a lot of changes being made. And I think it would behoove all of us as a board to hear from the assessing staff about kind of where the gaps are, what the status of these records are, because we don't know. I don't know, other than what the experts tell me, is that they're updating these and looking at these. But certainly trustee Carey's request for information, just like any one of us in this room could request that information. It might even just be a matter of directing us to where it is on the website. I read the email. It does not say hit list, does not say raise taxes. I appreciate that it could be taken that way, but certainly I want people to not leave this room thinking that there are not laws and processes for how people's values are assessed and taxes are set, because that would just be untrue. No one person can can do that. And as far as I'm aware, it was a request for information. And that's as far as it is. I haven't talked about it with anybody beyond that. Has anybody else been involved in initiating this inquiry? Or anything else to add?
What do you mean by that?
Well, that we had a question from one of the public members about like, what does the board think, you know, about like looking into these 28. I'm sorry?
What was the selection criteria for those those homes? That's the
Right.
question.
Right, that question.
So I said, two comments, and it's just really procedural. One is, you said there was, you had some suspected fraud, and maybe you did. I would say if you have a suspicion of fraud, it should have gone to our township attorney. That would be my first suggestion. Second thing would be, if you're going to assess, the assessor staff does not report to you, report to our township manager.
Report to Will.
Oh, I'm sorry, report to Will, but I
Yeah.
would suggest you've gone through Will or gone through our manager and not gone direct, because none of the employees here report to us. So I would, well, I
Sure.
should say that, I should say,
No,
to
I'm
the
not.
trustees, themselves. Obviously, employees
No,
report.
I'm
to-
not, that's not my point. My point is a request for information on assessing roles is a request for information.
I understand.
Yeah,
I'm just saying,
it's been
operationally,
blocked.
how it happened, I would just follow the rules of operation. I should be able to.
Where are the rules?
Well, I think we know that the assessors do not report to you.
Well, when I asked Becky, she said, sure, send me the list.
I guess I was.
So you should have said, no.
I wouldn't have asked Becky. That's what I said. It's,
Well-
we do that a lot. There's a lot of circumventing of authority here, and I'd like to see, like, again, the employees report to Joyce. If they have a request for that, whatever that employee is, forget about this. It could be for utilities or any other matter, should go through. Just, I'm a big believer in keeping the level of authority.
Yeah, and I do go to Joyce with a lot of.
And that's good. That's fantastic,
So-
right?
So how do we fulfill this now? Because this has been, you know, weeks and Will has said, don't fill it.
Well, I
What
think
do
the
you
FOIA
recommend?
request at this juncture, I think this is all public information as far as I know. but-
It's all public and I think published.
Where do you get that I said anything about not filling it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that that's what Andrea had reported.
Andrea told me.
But in any case, it needs to be filled. A request for information needs to be filled.
So I think that's the thing. I think the thing you need to maybe answer to the 28 constituents, residents here is, you had a list of 28 there. I'm sure you had a logic tree behind that 28.
I already said what it was. Yeah,
That logic tree.
I already said it.
But you said you had some suspicion of fraud.
When
What was the
the
fraud?
assistant assessor said to me, I received a phone call from somebody that was really upset about their assessments going up. And it's that person, his property was under assessed. And I said, oh, who is that? And she said, Larry Murdy. And I said, Larry Murdy, the brother of the previous assessor? And she says, oh, yeah, I guess so. And then that was the red flag for me. That's all it was. And I thought, well, okay, so if that's true, let's look at people that would be potential friends of Larry Murdy. Not only that, but comparable houses. So Rob Pattinson, his house is comparable to Larry Murdy's rental house because it's right next door, ranch. I can't look at a house or an assessed house or whatever without having comparables. That's what you do, data, right? Look at comparables. That's all it was. So most of these people, I don't even know. It's only their parcel that I was looking at.
So you had other folks on that list. Where did the other folks on that list? I'm just
In the
asking the
same
question.
neighborhood, the same, whatever.
Yeah.
So
That's
there
why
is-
I think that's pretty, so you had a question from Larry Murdy, so I understand that one.
No, I had
guess the other-
it was a red
a
flag.
red
from
flag and a
Becky,
phone call
our
a
assistant.
person.
No, it was, she received the phone call. If
Right.
she would have said John Smith, oh, well, okay, then whatever, but the brother of the previous assessor.
I would just suggest, strongly encourage in the future to have, brought that either to Will or brought that to.
Sure, but-
Just gone through the chain of
Right,
command.
right, but-
That would be my.
And on this one too, I mean, there's the information request, but there's also the question about analysis. I'm not saying it was the right sample, right, to test the problem, right? But we need to ask our assessor that. We need to ask other people that, and so that's why I'd like to ask if we can, maybe at our next meeting, have our assessor and the team there, because I also don't want staff to feel like they can't speak up about issues when there are issues. I mean, this is not, it's just they're doing a lot of heavy lifting to correct some long-standing problems, which have been well documented in our prior audits. And I think many of them will hopefully be resolved by the time we have this audit, because Andrea and Becky and Sarah have been working so hard. But I think we need some data, and we would need like some outside help to look at that and actually test it. Because if you think about it, like it's the supervisor's responsibility on the assessing rules, get vetted by the board of review, and then every 10 years, there's an audit.
Yeah, and the supervisor is,
Interim would be helpful.
by statute, the supervisor is the secretary of the board of review.
And your point with that statement is,
Then the assessor should be, if there's any red flags, and I'm sure that if Becky's saying that to me as a trustee that's visiting, she has said these red flags to other people.
Yeah, she has shared them with me. I know they're working hard to correct them. Like I said, it's been an open secret for the last, 3 years that there's a lot of heavy lifting to do in assessing.
So what you're suggesting is we bring have Becky and other folks here from the department and maybe.
Yeah, like really let us understand more about the workings of what records are changing, because I think when the assessment notices did go out, we did get a lot of calls, questions. I remember a lot of people coming in, David Reed, other people, some people with some conservation easements. There were all these quirky problems that created some significant changes.
And aren't we being audited by the tax
Yep.
this year?
It's our
I
turn.
was gonna suggest too, once the audit is completed, that might be a good time to have the assessor and her staff available to talk about the audit itself and answer any questions that you have. And that's
Yeah.
documentation in terms of how well we're doing or how we're not doing as well.
I agree, because when I looked at the one from 10 years ago, it was really helpful to kind of understand some of the issues. So it's, certainly something I encourage people to get educated about.
John.
That's all right. As I understand it, the board of review has sealed the rolls. And this has gone to equalization to the county, and the assessments are what they are, and we can't go back and increase them or claw back. And I guess, can we move on? Do we need to have another meeting where we have assessor staff awkwardly answer questions about who talked to you and what did they say? Can't we just put this behind us for the sake of Scio Township residents and get on to the business of our water and sewer rates, on our digital records management? Does everything have to be a police report? Does everything have to be an investigation? Can't we just, for the good of the order, focus on what residents want us to focus on?
Supervisor.
Well, I'm asking, and I'm saying it maybe to myself.
John, I wasn't proposing a meeting on discussing an email from a trustee for information, which anybody has a right to have.
No,
What I'm suggesting is, it seems like, because part of this has been, like, staff have been talking, openly in the last 2 years, how hard all these heavy liftings. I believe there's, a lot of good work that they've done, and it's a chance for them to present. And maybe it's when the audit's done, what is the timeline on that, Will? Well, I know we've submitted everything. Do you know, Joyce?
Everything has been submitted, and I believe the assessor met with the state. I believe this it could have happened at this point because I believe it was this week.
Okay.
And then after that, it's a matter of them putting together their report and getting back with it. So I can't tell you the timeliness of that report.
But why don't we have a presentation on it when they're done, so that we
Yeah.
can all understand the, issues with improving our
It
assessing
could be a
records?
part of the next assessor's regular report.
Yeah,
That's what I would
that
suggest.
point.
I
I
don't
was
think we need
thinking-
I don't think we need to create a special meeting just to have a report from the assessor on a routine audit, which every township assessing office has to have.
Once every 10 years is not routine.
Well, it's on a schedule, which is routine, however long the schedule is. I'm tempted to wade into this argument because I'm getting hit both ways. Either I'm someone with some responsibility for assessing, or I'm someone with no business with assessing. But I agree with trustee Riser. I think it's time to move on with our agenda, and that's what I would suggest that we do. So let's move on to approval of minutes. We have one set of minutes. Regular minutes from May 28th, 2024. Are there any comments on the draft minutes as presented?
I just wanted to comment in response to Judy Monk's comment about the informal bid. With the board's permission, I'd like to just change that language to make it more clear. It says receive page 18, receive informal quotes. That's the language of our procurement policy, but taken out of context, I understand the impression. So I would like to change that language to make that more clear, that it's not an informal study.
Page 18 or
Top.
page?
Yep, top of page 18, under halfway noted, this is a discussion only item.
Oh, I see. So just delete informal?
Yeah,
Okay. Receive quotes.
let's just say bids.
Oh, okay. Receive bids. Okay, and then another item, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt if you have more. Oh, another item was on page 7 of the minutes that, and this is also something that Judy Monk brought up. An informational meeting will be held at Township Hall. Are we planning to have an informational meeting?
No, I believe what was being referred to, the board had requested the Transit Advisory Committee to reconvene and look at one-time capital improvements. And so the committee right now is still in that process. And once we complete that process, we'll have an item on the agenda. And it would be as part of a board meeting to do a presentation to provide the information and the recommendations.
Okay.
So I think that was my error. I think it's that a transit committee meeting is scheduled. Not that it's an informal meeting, informational meeting.
Yes.
Okay, good, because I wasn't tracking on us having an information meeting. So. All right, so we'll clarify that. Are there any other corrections to the minutes as proposed? In that case, pardon? Move their adoption. Move their adoption. Thank you. Trustee Riser, motion by trustee Riser. Is there support?
I'll support.
Support by trustee Noel. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Minutes are approved. Brings us to the consent agenda. Is someone prepared to move the consent agenda?
I move the consent agenda.
Moved by trustee Riser. I'll support. Support by trustee Brazeau. Please call the roll.
All right, per our rules of order, tonight we're starting with Brazeau. Brazeau?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Noel? Yes. Riser?
Yes.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Consent agenda adopted.
That brings us to reports. There are some written reports, including one that was just distributed from the representative to the planning commission.
Yes.
Are there any questions or comments about any of the written reports?
And I have sent it for the benefit of the public. We met till 11:30 last night at the, well, maybe 11:20 at the planning commission, and I did them today. And I emailed them to Christie. They will make its way to the packet. I have extra copies if anyone would like an extra copy of the of last night's planning commission reports, although they will be in the packet eventually.
Are there any other comments, oral reports?
Yeah, I just had some questions about, I guess on transit. We got the update on transit recommendations that the transit committee is gonna meet and then come back to a board meeting soon with the one-time capital recommendations?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah, the transit committee will be meeting this Friday and hopefully be able to formulate their recommendations. But once everything is completed, it will be provided to the board and they will attend the meeting.
okay, great. And my other question is a status question for you or Aurora on kind of how the process of developing kind of performance reviews is going.
Since our last meeting, our HR person has been on vacation.
Sure.
So as a result, there hasn't been a lot of movement. I would expect maybe for our next meeting, we'll have information on the agenda.
Okay, great.
She was on vacation.
And I appreciate it's gonna be a multi-step process, but it's just top priority. Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure.
Carlisle Wortman report. When's the last time we had one? Or does that come in, we get them in the board packet or in our memo?
Friday.
It's actually provided to the board and then it's also uploaded on the website. However, I have not received one. Normally we get one per month generally, and I haven't received one at this point for this month.
Okay.
But I will receive one from her. It's just that I don't have it at this point.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, since all the questions are directed, I'm sorry, please. go for it.
Actually directed at Joyce also. I'm wondering about your report, regarding the township park. If you could give us a little more.
Oh, sure, as much as I can. Basically, the EPP and the Downtown Development Authority had a meeting to discuss Township Hall Park. They also had a consultant that will be working with them to develop a plan that can be presented to both bodies and then to the township board. And so at that meeting that I attended, it was more like preliminary discussions, brainstorming in terms of some of the amenities they'd like to see as part of the park. And I'm assuming Supervisor Hathaway, once the two bodies actually meet and there's a draft available, it will come back to the Board of Trustees.
Absolutely.
Before it comes, because the board has, my concern about Township Hall is we've been talking about it for years. Even when Bryce was here, we did the utility addition, put in the potential for outdoor bathrooms. I would love to have a conversation at the board sooner rather than later about kind of if and what we want to do back there. Because I mean, we've talked about everything from a playground to a soccer field to all the security cameras we need and liability and lack of maintenance staff and all those things. So,
And it appeared to me that was, the impetus behind the DDA getting involved.
Okay.
Primarily because of so many different ideas coming to them or to the parks board. Like there's a proposal through the Eagle Scouts to do some type of project. there as
natural
well. There's
playground.
been a number of things discussed. But I can certainly get back with both boards and maybe suggest that before presenting a recommendation, that perhaps they could do something on your agenda to discuss the project as well.
Yeah.
Get your feedback.
Yeah,
Okay,
it'd be nice to hear like what the ideas are and just talk about them.
yeah,
Yeah,
and maybe invite their consultant as well.
yeah, thank
Okay.
you.
Well, what I was about to say is, it seems like all the questions are aimed at you, so maybe it's time to turn to you for your report, Township Manager.
Okay, so as far as my report, I was going to ask our utilities director to provide an update related to the discharge over on 300 North C. And so Brandon, do you have a few minutes to stop in and talk about that?
Yeah. So we did have that discharge. I had to report that to the state of Michigan Eagle and then also coordinate with Washtenaw County Health Department. I was told that we need to take 2 rounds of samples one from upstream, one from a downstream source, from Honey Creek. And we had to do 2 different sample sessions, to get an E. coli reading. All that information has been shared with Washtenaw County and Eagle, in coordination with Washtenaw County specifically. The first sample was high. And then we did see the readings come down with the second sample set. That was 24 hours after. Based on the advice and information I got from Washtenaw County Health Department, they did say that it was in safe enough levels to release more information to the media, to let them know that it was safe to be in contact with Honey Creek again. Outside of that, we did do extensive cleaning previous Monday and Tuesday of last week to make sure that was thoroughly cleaned and televised. I did get all the video footage. It all is very clean. And once we get into our sewer contract, that is a area that was needed to be annually cleaned due to grease. And so as we move forward with bringing that sewer contract to you guys, just know that that would be something that would be annually cleaned to prevent this from happening down the road.
So are you saying, not that you can know definitively, are you saying that that would have prevented this?
No, just having, I mean, it certainly helps, but you kind of want to go to the root cause of what's causing the grease to be in there. That was discovered when I first got here, and I believe that situation is dealt with. However, just to be safe for the time being, it will continue to be on our annual cleaning and reassessed yearly to see if it needs to be continually done. Yeah.
And without naming the business, but I know that this has been is it still that same business that's been a problem for many years?
Yeah, I believe this was still a residual effect from that. I'll be in coordination with Joyce to just to talk about what we may or may not want to do with that.
Yeah, that's been going on for at least 5 years. Yeah, okay.
Are there any other questions for Brandon while he's in the hot seat?
So, Brandon, do you want to just comment related to recovery of Renee Hart's expenses?
Yeah, so the first time this happened, we did recover, I believe it was around $13,000 worth of expenses. This time, the emergency response that happened at 6:30 at night, when we first called out for it, it wasn't cleaned until 1:30 in the morning. That is roughly $2,500. And then the additional 2 days of cleaning just to ensure that we had everything taken care of so it didn't happen again, which that was quoted at roughly $8,000 a day. It did take him 2 days. I did get that invoice in, so it was roughly another $16,000 worth of cleaning that needed to happen in order just to be more than positive that this shouldn't happen again anytime soon. And so that's what we're looking at as far as expenses. And then I was planning to talk to Joyce and see how she wanted to handle this going forward as far as that expense.
In consultation with code enforcement? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, whoever she recommended to be there, yep.
Thank you, Brandon.
No problem.
Yeah. Comments?
No.
Or a report?
That's it.
That's it,
Thank
okay.
I have a question of that, Mark, we have, tonight we have a fire agenda item. What is going on with the ballot, the fire ballot?
So Andy and I just spoke to that today, as a matter
Okay,
of fact.
okay, good.
And we are working on that and we're getting closer. Is that fair to say, Andy? Good assessment?
Okay.
Yes.
And it's still the goal for
Yeah.
November?
It's a lot of work. Andy's gonna have a draft to me soon, then I'm gonna help him polish it and give it a revise, and we'll probably go back a few times, certainly send it out to all you folks for input and review. We just don't have enough for you yet to have something for you to review.
Okay, and Jess, what was the deadline we have to have that to the county, the ballot language?
A November ballot question would have to be approved by sometime in
I
August.
thought it was like August 11th or something
Yeah.
like that.
August 11th, okay.
Yeah, it's around there. I don't have the date there, but we have to take action in July. It's punchline.
Okay.
If we stick to our regular board meeting schedule, so there's basically 3 more meetings at which we could consider putting a ballot proposal on for November. If we stick to a regular meeting, if we have, public hearing, special meeting, which I would encourage us to do, would add those dates on, but I think I appreciate the report. Can take a long time, but we also need to talk about what we want to do here as a board. We had a really good special meeting on this with the chief. Can't remember when that was, chief. February, March-ish? Ish.
Right around that time period.
It's a blur sometimes, but yes. And we talked about potential kind of, steps and what it might look like. The chief gave us some really good options to think about. So I think we need to pick those up and actually begin deliberating. I would recommend we start that deliberation soon, like at our next meeting.
This may help. I mean, I think the net of it is there will be an executive summary along with all the data behind it, right? Every piece of data you can make, all the rationale why decisions were made. And there'll be, I think, I don't want to speak too much for Andy here, but really kind of 4 choices, kind of a good, better, best stretch goal, let's call it that, right? And when I get that, what is the ROI? What benefits does that give the citizens? So we choose this absolute minimum. What should the residents of Scio expect? Next step up, a little better. Okay, if I do that, what more do the residents get? So I think there's at least a strong rationale. If I invest this money, I'm going to call it investment, not expenditure, it's an investment. What do I get in return? I think it's the question everybody always asks about anytime they spend or invest money. So Andy's putting all that together along with all the rationale behind it and all the hard numbers and all the hard data that the tax sanity group I think requested. I think they had some good solid, some salient points. We're gonna make sure those are incorporated as well. In fact, I'd like to have them, give their eyeballs on it and solicit their input as well. I don't think I'd
We're using some of the information from our original fire guidance committee, because they
Yes.
spent weeks on it.
And Mr. Reed has produced quite a bit of material as well, so we're leveraging the material that he has, but a lot of this knows in Andy's brain. So we gotta kind of do a data extract, but we also know that Andy's full-time job is not writing, proposals, it's, the safety and welfare of the residents. So that's why this is probably taking a little longer and a little more arduous than anticipated. So, but we're getting there.
Yeah.
We're closer. And I think to your point, we'll have to have a cutoff date and say, kind of your point, there's a date, it's just going to just be good enough, right?
Yeah, and I think, even if it's in draft form, because I don't think that the report has to be, fully done, approved by the board or anything before we start deliberating.
Yeah, I'm not Steve Jobs it, right? Steve Jobs,
Yeah.
perfectionist, we all know,
Yeah.
you know anything about Steve. We're not doing that, right?
Yeah.
Perfection will kill all, perfection is the enemy of just about every
Yeah.
project. So, we're not gonna do that. So I think to your point, we'll have a hard cutoff date and say, look, this is just pencils down. Let's just take what we have, tune that to the best of our
Yeah.
ability and run forward just because the clock, we're gonna run the clock down.
Well, why don't we, kind of refresh, I don't know, I can send back out the presentation that the chief had shared. And maybe we could just start talking about this a little bit at each of our regular meetings, so we don't run up against the deadline. What do y'all think, if we have a discussion on this at the next meeting?
Will we have your report by then?
I think that's,
I was saying we don't necessarily need the final report to start the conversation about options, because we're gonna have to have multiple meetings to talk about
I'm
that.
looking at Andy, I think we could have something to you in the meeting after. I'm looking at you, Andy, I say.
So what do you think?
So the first meeting in July.
Yeah, I just,
I think that's.
So why don't we aim for the first meeting in July and we'll.
That's
we'll-
July.
Have a draft in your inbox.
but more than a draft, I'd like to have options for what we might put on the ballot.
Right, that's all part of
Is
that.
that part of it?
That's what I heard Mark saying.
Yeah.
And then that would give us 2 meetings to make a very big decision. So we may wanna think about if people wanna, as we go forward, if you wanna schedule an extra meeting or something. So that's just the downside of delaying.
Okay, so we concluded that you're aiming to have something in our hands. You're aiming to have something in our hands so that we can deliberate as a board.
Yeah.
First meeting in July. All right, let's move on. We've got people waiting for other agenda items here. The next item is actually, first item under new business. This is item K1, adoption of a 5-year utility rate model and a year 1 increase to water and sewer rates. We have with us Brian Kamler and again, our utilities director, Brandon McNeil. And this is actually your agenda item, Jessica, so why don't you introduce it?
Oh, sure. Been working in collaboration with Brandon and Joyce, the whole finance team, utilities team, PM Gap for a long time. We all know our water and sewer funds have, we need to stabilize them for the future. Our system is kind of middle-aged, and we haven't done regular rate increases. So the normal best practice is to do some small rate increase every single year. Make sure you're attending to the future needs and the current operational costs. We, for a long time, lived off of the development, okay? One-time fees, we use one-time revenue for ongoing costs. Never a good idea. We've always done that. We've done occasional increases. And so we're very happy to finally have the capacity of PM Gap to do a rate study. We noticed the 2,500 water and sewer customers to the special meeting and hearing we had on May 22nd, where we went through this presentation in depth, collected all of that, and then got the comments from the board. And we asked Brian Kamler to revise the presentation a little bit, which he's done tonight, to go through it. I did hand out at the table, and it's in the board packet if you're looking online, and I handed out at the table the new presentation. It is the one that there was a couple errors he wanted to correct in that for us to make sure it was all tightened up. And there's really kind of 2 parts to this tonight. One is to look back at this presentation at the rate models, the kind of choices we have, and have this board make a choice on which model. And then the second requested action is to then accordingly raise the rates for year 1. Kathy, I do want to note for you, Matt Parks is on Zoom here. If anybody has questions for him, he made himself available.
I was just gonna mention that Trustee Noel and I talked before the meeting.
Oh, good.
And we didn't think there was a need to have
Oh, good.
him attend, so we told him he would not need to.
Oh, good. He's not here.
He's not here.
Good for Matt.
Yeah, he had another commitment.
No, that's good. I wasn't sure if it was necessary, so it's not. So with that, I'll turn it over to Brian and Brandon.
Okay. Actually, if you want to put me in as a
Yeah.
presenter person, I can share my screen.
There you go. Thank you, Brian.
Presenter person works too.
A guy that's involved. So first off, thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you. I have to apologize that you're getting that latest and greatest revised version so late. We had it several days ago, and actually it was one of your residents, eagle-eyed residents, that saw a piece of data from the last presentation and called me. She's actually, or emailed me. She's one of my former clients, but she noticed that there was a mistake. And thank you very much to Ms. Board for doing that, because we want to get it right. So the yes. You have it now, and quite honestly, the detail, when I say the detail, the minutia of this is not where we should have our conversation. This is because there's a million different ways, or really an infinite number of ways, that we can pull different levers to adjust the rating from fixed to variable. How much capital we're gonna do, what are our assumptions on how much water we're gonna buy from Ann Arbor, what is the development going to look like in this township for the next several years. And so if we get into the hair splitting, we're missing the bigger picture. So the bigger picture is philosophy really on rate setting. So what I was asked to do last time I was here was to bring several alternatives. And so it could have been any of an infinite number of possibilities, but I selected situations that are in a broad category, as it were. So any of these things, we could tweak here and there and adjust here and there. But if you're really thinking about what the township is trying to do, who in the township is going to be affected, and what is the best thing in terms of fairness, quite honestly. So if we can keep it there, get some direction or some consensus about which direction or one of the four options, maybe two of the four options, which are the most palatable, then we can get into more of the detail of, well, instead of it being 20%, let's make it 18 and really start, slicing and dicing it. For the benefit of those that did not attend or watch the last meeting, I do have, I slimmed down the deck, but I do want to cover just some concepts. So this is a cash needs basis model. And what that means is exactly how it sounds: cash in, cash out. What do we have to have on hand in order to pay our bills as they come due, pay our people, buy the water from Ann Arbor, pay for the treatment, make our debt payment, and have some amount of cash on hand for things like, oops, something broke, we have to fix it immediately, we don't have time to go get financing, or the fact that you pay your bills on a whole faster than customers pay you. So you have to have so much money on hand to keep paying your bills timely. I'll often use the phrase target working capital. So that is really the what we are trying to keep on hand at any one time. And we'll go through, it's 4 different buckets, as it were, of money and why we have those buckets. Why 5 years? Why not 10? Why not 3? You could do any of the above. The longer you go, the numbers get wonkier because of all of these assumptions that play off an assumption that play off an assumption. Why not 3 years? Well, quite honestly, it's not a long enough time horizon to spread the necessary increases out. If you're looking at too short of a horizon, you're going to make, call it a snap decision on certain things. We're going to do a project next year. We've got to raise rates a huge amount. And then the next year, well, maybe we'll drop them down again. That causes chaos. What we're trying to do is have as much consistency and stability as possible for to pay for all of the things that we've already mentioned. 5-year model is not a 5-year commitment. I'm not suggesting that you'd say, this is what we are going to do as a township with our rates for the next 5 years. I don't have perfect information. Nobody does. And I guarantee these numbers are quote unquote wrong because life is just going to happen differently than we've laid out. So what this is we're planning and looking out on a 5-year horizon, but every single year you revise, fix the data to the best of your ability. Quite honestly, it's still going to be wrong. It's always wrong. We just have to get as close as we can and keep making good decisions with the best information available. So again, it's a 5-year model. And actually at one point I will talk about year 6 because we should look even longer than just 5 years, but not necessarily set it in stone in any way. Readiness to serve charge. So you already have 2 of these, one for water, one for sewer. The intent of a readiness to serve charge is that there are costs that the water and sewer system incurs before anybody uses a drop of water or before anyone puts something down the drain. That you have people and insurance and the fixed infrastructure. There's all this stuff that has to happen, even if you don't turn on your faucet at all. And so the readiness to serve charge is to provide, the service is ready for you to turn on the faucet, but that costs money. And so Like the other things, there's an infinite number of ways that we can allocate things to a fixed or a variable. For the intents of the first three scenarios, no change to the RTS over 3 years. We certainly could, but again, too many variables becomes too much noise and it really hurts the conversation. Some of the assumptions that are built in, you're going to continue buying your water from Ann Arbor. You're going to continue to pay them to treat your wastewater. You have a significant amount of capital outlay that needs to happen over the next several years. We're using a 5-year model, so this is what's in for the next 5 years, but it might be 4, it might be 7. A lot of timing things are not going to, we can't predict exactly when our vendors can do certain things or when it makes sense for the township, but it's a lot of work that has to be done. I mean, everywhere you look at a road and a sidewalk, there's pipes running underneath it. In your front lawn, there's a pipe running up to your house. We don't see the hundreds of millions of dollars that's buried under the ground. All of that stuff has to get replaced at some point. We're not going to do it all in 5 years, certainly not, but you have to stay on top of it because if you don't, the bill is just going to be that much worse. Like everything else, steel and concrete and water cost more tomorrow than it does today. The largest of the capital projects is $10.2 million for the Jackson Road Pump Station and another $4.1 million for ARV repair and replacement. And I would direct any questions about what that actually means to Brandon. Debt service. So you do have existing debt. No new debt is in the model for water. Anything that we do would be paid out of the money that we already have in the bank or the money that will come in through operations. On the sewer side, we do have the opportunity to borrow the $10.2 million for the Jackson Road Pump Station from the state of Michigan. State of Michigan gives us a very, very favorable interest rate. It is much better than what you could do on your own, issuing bonds or any other source of financing. So the fact that you have the ability to access this program financially is in the best interest of Scio Township. So back to target working capital. So what are we trying to do? We are trying to fill these 4 buckets and maintain the filling of these buckets or having buckets filled. It goes into 4 different buckets. Bucket number 1, operating. I mentioned that your customers pay you slower than you pay your vendors. Not by a lot, but it's still, there's a payment cycle and a time cycle. So you bill your customers on a quarterly basis. And so we want to have enough money on hand to pay operations for that period of time, plus another month just to be safe. So we say 120 days of operations. Next year's debt service payment. Paying debt is very expensive. It is a big check to write. And so as soon as you empty that bucket by making the payment, we're going to spend the next year filling it back up so that we can make next year's payments. And so at the end of any particular year, we want to be ready for the subsequent year. Emergency capital replacements. This is that oops, something broke. We don't have time to go out for financing. There's not great science behind this number, but it is influenced by the AWWA. They suggest anywhere between 1 and 5% of the net book value of your capital assets. So that's accounting nerdiness, but what it does is it does give us a pot of money in case you get a sinkhole, in case a water main breaks, in case whatever happens, we can just go deal with it. I like to keep it down at 1 or 2% for a customer that is buying their water wholesale from somebody else. If you had your own treatment plants here in the township, then I would slide that 2% probably up to the 5%. Because if something happens at a treatment plant, that is a big deal and we need to fix that toot sweet. And so, and those things tend to be bigger dollar, bigger ticket fixes that have to happen. But for your purposes, we've set it at on the lower end of the scale, 2%. And then bucket number 4, planned capital replacement. So there's a substantial amount of capital in this five-year model, there is going to be a substantial amount of capital over the subsequent 5 years and the 5 years after that. You may or may not have an opportunity again to work with the state of Michigan at a favorable interest rate. If you can't, then in this case, you'd have 5 million available for a sewer project and only 500,000 available for water. But you're starting from a position that sewer has a significant amount more in the bank than water does now. What we're actually doing is, I call it a controlled burn on sewer. So you're actually starting with 14 million, 14.9 million as of today-ish. And we're gonna run that down, basically cut it in half, get it down to 7.9, 5 of which is this. In the future, we'll put this toward a project. Water, as I said, does not have as good of a starting position, but still quite good, more than the minimum that I would ever recommend. So you're starting at about 4.4 million, and we're gonna knock that down over time to about 3.2, still giving you an extra $500,000 to go toward some subsequent improvement. All right, let's skip over some fixed talk or RTS talk. So this is the initial proposal and our recommendation for the type of model that you should adopt, or what we think is in the best interest of the township. I know supervisor does not care for the term. I'm sorry, I have to use it. We call this the rip the Band-Aid off. What that means is we are going to do in the first year, or what you would do if you adopt such a thing, it's going to be a big increase in year one. And what that does is it allows us to get the pain out of the way quickly. And in subsequent years, for the purposes of this model, we were able to bring enough cash in, keep enough cash in the bank, to only need a 5% increase thereafter. That is a pretty reasonable number and something that I think future boards would be able to adopt. The alternatives, and we'll get into those in a minute, do not require as big of an upfront rip the Band-Aid off increase. But what that means is that over time, your residents will be charged more, quite honestly, and the increases will be more. Because remember, you're only adopting 1 year at a time. It's not a 5-year commitment. And so you have to ask yourself the question, we know we need so much money. Do we think future boards, we're gonna be okay passing 10% increases every year, 15% increases every year? I haven't worked in a community yet that has done such a thing. It's either we're in good shape and we can maintain 5% or less every year, or we have to do this rip the Band-Aid off, get ourselves on the right track, and then maintain it thereafter.
A quick question before you go on. So your experience has been with other townships or cities in the same predicament.
Villages.
They do the rip the Band-Aid off approach, and that seems to be the most palatable. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, it's, nobody likes it.
Well, I understand nobody likes ripping a Band-Aid off, but if I virtue of how the way it sounds,
But if you're in a bad position, they have found it better, my clients have found it better to get on the right track quickly so that you don't have to continuously make very difficult decisions.
Because it's 5% for years 2 through 5.
I understand that, but like 40%, I mean, we just got shellacked on a fire millage 2-1. Because it was too much, too complicated, whatever. So we've got there's a large contingent out there that just doesn't want to have taxes raised. And I know this isn't a tax, and I can afford this, or my wife, it's in her name, but we can afford this. But there's a lot of people, and I printed it out, where a 40% hit to their water and sewer, well, I guess at 23 to sewer, but a 40% hit to their water bill is a lot.
It is.
I mean, and
what saying otherwise, it is significant.
Well, I think where John's going is, we have to do it no matter what. We gotta get that straight.
Do.
But can we just maybe, and again, we're just, I mean, I was gonna ask the question about rip the Band-Aid up versus the 8% over 5 years or something like that just seems a little more consumable to me, especially to people who've got a tight income.
I just want to make sure that John and Mark are clear though. Can you explain what that 40% is versus how much it would be for the average? Because it's 40% to that.
Overall, yeah, it's like 23% versus, I understand that, but I just go back to, I think if somebody's on a fixed income or low income, and all of a sudden that extra hit is gonna matter. Versus the 8%, at least I'm somewhat going with the rate of inflation a little bit at that point.
They can gear up for it.
Or gear up for, it, yeah.
Can I interject just a second? I looking ahead.
You're jumping the gun?
There is a slide called
Alright.
Effect on Customers, and maybe if we let Brian work his way through to get to that slide.
Get excited.
Get some of the information you're looking for.
Yeah, so when we get to it, and I promise, I'm not gonna delay. But when we get to it, you'll see that, yes, the impact of this first version or first option, the initial impact is harsh. It is going to be painful for some. But over the long term, it actually costs residents less. So we will get to that, I promise. And again, there's a million ways to do this. You can choose any of these or any other, but you have to choose something.
We're catching up for lost time. We haven't done this in the past.
There's.
Let's let Brian finish his presentation, and then we'll have some time for discussion and questions.
All right, so this is just showing what is happening to your working capital, but still ending the 5 years at a very comfortable position. Still being able to do what you need to do. So this is an example of a quote unquote average customer. My understanding is that 20 different residential customers were selected just at random, and this is the average of those 20. 55 units per year. This is the effect that the original proposal would have on them. So 40% on water, yes. 20-some% on sewer, but the RTS is unchanged. And so the actual effect on the customer is 23%, 22.7 in year one, and then 4% thereafter. Even though we're raising the rates 5%, because the RTS is still staying frozen, the impact of those people in years 2 through 5 is 4%. This is call them a super user. So this person or this example customer is using double of what that average person was. So super green grass, kids take 45-minute showers, et cetera, et cetera. So this heavy user is going to be hit harder initially. They get a 26% raise in the first year because they're using more water at that additional 40%. Whereas, and the RTS is still staying fixed. In subsequent years, they're only getting hit 4.5 versus the 4.1 of the lower end user. Yeah. So where is the money going that you are collecting? So the vast majority, or at least just under half, is going to WANA. You have no say really, other than negotiating your contract every so many years. But it is what it is. They've set the rate. Unless you want to build your own treatment plants, and I don't suggest it, you're stuck, and that's what you're going to pay. The yellow portion are the capital improvements. You could certainly decide to delay, not do them as is scheduled in the model. But you have to do them eventually. And the longer you put them off, the more expensive they get. The dark blue slice at the top, very small, is going to pay your debt service. You're not leveraged. This water and sewer system is not leveraged. The fact that you're only putting 5% into paying debt service, you are on the low end of the scale. So there's room to borrow to do these projects, but again, you have to pay that back. The part that you are really controlling is the operational piece, the orange piece in the bottom left corner, approximately 19%. But how much of that can you really control? It's people, it's insurance, it's overhead, it's all that stuff Can you tighten your belt? Of course, but you can't cut this in half. You probably can't cut it by 25%. You know, you're looking at, if you really want to get strict, then, you know, maybe you could go 8% of that. But 8% of 19% is not a lot. Just more, there's one goes, water and sewer. Okay, so here we get to the alternatives. And again, there's a million alternatives. I've selected 3 because they address a certain category. This one is the slower Band-Aid. So that 40% for water, ouch, we don't like that, it's too harsh. Let's just do 20%. What would have to happen thereafter? 20 for water, 15 for sewer instead of the 20-some that was in the first. But what that does mean is that in subsequent years 2 through 5, you're looking at 12.6% every year for the next 4 years. For water, 8.4 every year for the next 4 years for sewer. I have yet to work with a community that has done those increases 4 or 5 years in a row. I have not worked with that community yet. Comparing the original to alternative number 1, the slower Band-Aid. So the initial pain is less. Years 2 through 5, the pain is more. At the end of 5 years, if you were to follow alternative 1 instead of the proposed, on a per unit basis, combined water and sewer, you're now paying $3.26 more than you would at the same point in time if you did the rip the Band-Aid off. Now that going the average quote unquote user, so they're getting hit by 24% in the rip the Band-Aid off. Slower Band-Aid, it's only 13. And in subsequent years, it's 8 to 9. They're still impactful. For the higher volume user, 27 on the front end, 5 thereafter, and they rip the Band-Aid off, 15% and 9 to 11% thereafter under the alternative. Can't say for sure, but I would guess that you will get the exact same amount of pushback, whether you go with either one. But the second alternative number 1, it actually ends up costing them more later on. So over 5 years, this is where I said we were going to talk about year 6. Over 5 years, alternative 1 does cost $30 less over 5 years for the lower end user, $60 for the high volume. But it's a sliding scale. So you're saving more in year 1, you're saving less in year 2, and then at some point, you're somewhere 3, 4, it's going to flip and you're paying more. In year 6, if you were to adopt alternative number 1, that average user would pay in year 6, only year 6, $178 more than they do under rip the Band-Aid off. The higher end user, $357 more in 1 year. First 5 years, you're saving them $60. In year 6, you hit them for $357. Not compared to the year before, compared to the other model. So this is what I mean when I say, you know, pain early, and then we have relief thereafter. Or you spread the pain out for 5 years and you're still in pain in year 5 and 6.
You may have answered this question, but what are our rates with this 40%, whatever, let's say we take the rip the Band-Aid off. Is that rate comparable to like what the city of Ann Arbor is paying? I mean,
Honestly, I don't know, and I don't mean to disrespect when I say this. I don't care. I don't care what any other community charges. And I know economic development, we want to be comparable, but
are we
your
the
system,
reason of everyone else?
no idea. Your system is your system.
Yeah.
Your costs are your costs. It does not matter if someone else has done a great job replacing their infrastructure or someone has done a terrible job and their system's a sieve. Your costs are your costs. So I refuse to benchmark against other communities because it messes up the conversation.
Yeah, but it's a pretty callous statement to say you don't care when we're asking, I mean.
I don't care, but it's not that I don't care about the people and the effect on them, it's that you need to do what you need to do,
I know that.
regardless of what your friends are doing.
I guess it's just the medicine goes down a little easier if you say, hey, our rates are comparable now to what the city of Ann Arbor is paying, or less than what the city of Ann Arbor is
Well,
paying.
we can't because we have a contract with them. So then we have to pay above what their rates are.
You know what I could, maybe this is helpful, Mark, to get at that. Brian, wouldn't you say that it's kind of normal best practice of a well-run water system to raise rates every single year?
Absolutely.
And we haven't done that. And so Brian, wouldn't you say that we're not alone in a community that maybe neglected to do that? And we could arguably have been charging people too little for many years, is another way to look at it. We've been charging people not enough to keep up with our costs and future needs. And so now our funds need some TLC fast. So with the rip the Band-Aid off, the approach that you're proposing, have you seen other communities do that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I don't know if my go-to story is a community that I won't say who it is, they did not do the right thing for their sewer rates.
Right.
They in fact cut them when the new board was elected. And then they realized that they were out of money.
Yeah.
Hired us to do this, and our rip the Band-Aid off was 80% on sewer. To get it down to single digits thereafter.
And water's more expensive.
That's what I was looking for, okay, now you made me feel a little better.
So, the debt, could you go back to, well, it's 12? Okay, so you said the debt up there on the 3.3
$3.3 million.
million, 5%. Okay, and then we have a capital, you talked about going to the state of Michigan for bonding, correct? So when that happens, how much is that debt going to increase?
Well, this is how much you're paying in debt service,
Yeah.
assuming, no, including over the next 5 years, including what you're paying back to the state.
That's with the new capital, whatever the project
The
is.
loan
Okay.
over 20 years is built into this model.
I see. Could you, I asked you earlier, on the hall to, you have an effect on customers, and this is for the rip the Band-Aid off.
Correct.
Could you show us, the slow removal? Please, the slow Band-Aid,
Monkey with the technology.
and you can do that all the way through forecast 2029.
I don't know what's appropriate, yes. I'm wondering if our $20 million in the bank is earning interest and if that is calculated into something.
I can't speak to what the investments are. I refer to the treasurer, but yes, there is interest income built into the model.
I can't give you numbers.
Okay,
It's just.
somebody in the,
But yeah,
Yeah,
certainly development growth is also built in. All of these assumptions are built in.
He says they're gonna be wrong anyway, right? So,
So here's your
They're-
example
Other
customer.
than doing nothing.
Under alternative number 1, slower Band-Aid. The average customer is getting hit 13% in year 1, 8 to 9% subsequently. The higher end user,
so what would you,
15, and then 9 to 11.
so what would the bill for, there's a glare.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it's not you, it's the light.
So the average user, their quarterly bill would be going from $345 to $392.
And then by 2029, it would be,
By 2029, it'd be up to $543.
no, he only has, in here, you only have the
The original amount.
the original amount, yeah. So that's why I wanted to see the other, because I think that would be, you know, because
I
I
have
want
all 4 models available. If you have particular questions, we can do this for each version. But the question that you asked, how much is there, I guess, I have the percent in those slides. I don't have the actual dollars. We can go back to this anytime you want.
You had handouts? for us?
I believe Jessica passed those
Oh,
out.
you're talking about what he's putting up there? Yeah. The,
Well, this is right out of the Excel file.
He's just calculating it in real time for Jillian.
So Brian, I was trying to get at that number, like what is the dollar figure for the average person? that we use?
Increase?
Yeah, and so tell me if I did this incorrectly, but I took 2025 figure and subtracted the 2024 figure to get the difference. Would that do it?
$46.
Yeah, well, yeah, so for the annual.
Well, I'm sorry, on a
Water
quarterly
sewer
basis.
bill, line total, and I came up with $314.53. Does that sound right?
There should be no math, but
But
Well,
that's
then-
right, that's in that chart, affecting customers.
yeah, it's $182 for the year.
Oh, yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Yep, it is. So I came up with a figure that you already have in there. I get it. I just didn't see it.
Just
So
under
the difference,
$46.
so the difference is $314.53, and for the big guzzling customer, the difference is. Oh, I got a different, oh, yes, no, I got the same number, $629.
Now, that's annual divided by 4.
Right, so annual,
Divide up the
so,
bill.
so the bill, it would be divided by 4, that's the impact that they would get in their bill
In year one.
in year one, if we were to pursue the rip the Band-Aid off approach.
This is the slower band.
The one that appear on
Oh.
the screen is the slower
What you have in
band.
your packet is Band-Aid, is the severe rip Band-Aid.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So this is what they would get as an increase in year one with the rip the Band-Aid off, would be the average user would be a total annual increase of $314.53, but spread over 4 bills.
Which is right below.
How much is it for a unit again? For sewer or for water and sewer? Just one unit.
1042 for sewer, 887 for water.
26 for RTS.
Correct. Yeah, roughly 26 for water, roughly 26 for sewer.
Okay.
But it's scripted, so I'm just paying attention from time to time. So.
We'll know how to find.
So let's get ourselves out of the dollars and pennies. Let's go back to conceptually. The first concept is rip it off, get us on the right track, and then our raises thereafter are by all means, I would say reasonable, very reasonable and doable. This version, it's less pain up front, it's more pain in subsequent years. And I would speculate that you'll get just as much complaints over a 10% increase as you do a 20% increase. The same folks are gonna be the ones that talk. And I understand why, and I might do the same if I were in their shoes. But you have to get as much money as we've calculated to pay for the things that you've said you have to pay for. Now let's go on to the third version. We'll have to do it again. I'll move to the technology time.
No Band-Aid? Is that the third?
Alternative 2.
Yeah, no Band-Aid.
So now we're going to no Band-Aid. We hate the Band-Aid. We don't want pain in that first year. We want to just do it the exact same every year. That sounds fine, except that it's 15% every year for 5 years. Versus for water, versus 40 and then 5. Is the next board going to pass 15% on water all 4 years of their term? Could be. I haven't met that board yet.
Wait.
Sewer, 10% a year, every year, for 5 years. The impact on those customers. You see the comparison, 40 versus 15, 23 versus 10. It's not fun in year one, but I still like years 2 through 5 under the original a lot better. And when you look at what you'll be charging in come 2029, you'll be paying combined water and sewer, $4.34 more per unit than as you are if you were to adopt the original.
Yeah,
So-
that's significant.
I get that we don't like to incur pain on the front end, but it hurts worse if you accumulate all the pain over 5 years. The impact for people, real people, lower end user, it's gonna be 10 or 11% every year to them. For the higher end, 11 to 13. And then year 6, like, hey, it's, what happens in year 6? Year 6, their bill's gonna go up by $248. More than it would have under the rip the Band-Aid off, for the average user. Just a shade under $500 more if you do the average every year for 5 years. All right. No more talk of Band-Aids, right? Think of the Band-Aids. We don't like the same number every year. What about the RTS? The RTS in the 3 previous versions that we've discussed has been frozen. Fixed charge on your bill every quarter, had not gone up yet. Now, all right, it's because it's easier to talk about smaller percentage increases. Let's raise the RTS to generate more cash, okay? So we doubled the RTS. Instead of $600,000 that would be generated, it's now 1.2 million. What does that do? Well, you still have to raise rates. Water would be 12% every year for 5 years. A little under 8% every year for 5 years under sewer. In the long run, over 5 years, it actually is close. It's only 7 cents different. When you look at what the rate would be in 2029 under the original, the same $30.70 a unit, versus $30.84 a unit.
So that's what the total RTS is about 105 per quarter?
Where are you paying right now?
I just know that it's $600,000 a year that we collect from water and sewer combined.
It's 26,
So it's about
RTS is
52.
26, and you go per quarter,
Yeah.
so it'd be 52 times 2 to double it, so it would be $104 per quarter for access to the network.
And then this is gonna go up to double that.
Oh, I'm sorry?
This, and then if we adopt this one, it's gonna effectively double that amount. You'll go from 102
102
per year to 200.
So now,
Yes, per year or per quarter. That's right, right.
Right, but you doubled it for the.
No, right, it's 26 per.
Yeah.
Sorry, accountant. So we currently pay about 52 a quarter. Right?
Bye.
So we'd be collecting what about 104 a quarter?
yes.
Okay.
Now, in year 6 under this version, you're actually paying less. So this is viable. This is actually, in the long run, over the long run, this actually works out slightly better through the first 6 years. But who gets hit the worst proportionally
Light users.
by the RTS?
Light users.
Light users, and who is that?
Single family,
Who live
people who
alone.
can't afford it, people who don't water their lawn, people who conserve water.
Yes, and seniors. So you're gonna double their, if you're really, I don't wanna use water, okay, but, cause I can't afford it, well, we're gonna double your fixed charge.
This is the least equitable, I would say.
And I would say that also the least compassionate as well. Now, the effect on the average user under the old rate, or the, excuse me, under the original, it's 24%. This is 18, so it is a little bit better, but it's still a punch in the gut, 18%. And it's being felt by the people that use the least amount of water and maybe in the worst position to be able to pay. But it's still 7% thereafter. So it's still not a super friendly raise in subsequent years 2 through 5. But it does get better over time. Now, again, we're not locking anything into 5 years. You know, this is just showing you in general, this is what happens. We can pull other levers. We can adjust things 1% here, there, we can bounce them up and down. But these 4 concepts are really your choices. Real strong rip the Band-Aid off, a okay rip the Band-Aid off, a forget the Band-Aid, we're just gonna do everything even every single year. And then the let's push some through the fixed. We could do more through the fixed, we could do a little bit less, but these are the 4 scenarios. And it's just a matter of how much we want to hit each of the levers. The last page here, I put all of them together.
This is great.
So change to the RTS is significant. That is, I usually hear a lot more pushback from the public about changing the fixed portion of the bill than I do about the variable portion of the bill. If you want to use less water, you use less water. If you want to save money, that's a way to do it. The doubling the fixed fee or increasing it by 50% means even if you're not home because you're on vacation for 2 weeks, you're still going to pay that same fixed fee, even though you didn't turn your faucet on. Now that pushing it through the RTS, it will save you $43 in year 6. But it hurts before. These other 2 alternatives, 1 and 2, to me are not viable. Why charge so much more down the road? Alternative number 1, alternative number 2 is the very definition of kicking the can. That's all it is. That is kicking the can. Which you're still gonna pay your bills, you're still gonna generate enough money, but you're also depending on future boards to have the courage to pass those kind of rate increases every year. And again, I have yet to meet that board.
We have to be the brave ones for the future chicken boards.
That's why you were elected.
To make up for all the prior chicken boards.
Well, thank you very much for rehashing some of it.
No,
We weren't chicken.
She was just playing out.
I was just ripping on Will's joke. I don't think anybody's chicken. I'm just saying,
don't either.
we are in this position because we're catching up.
So, I don't know when it's Q&A.
No, please go for it.
Are the tap fees where they should be, both residential and commercial? Do they?
There's nowhere they should be.
There is.
Go too far.
I mean, we can't.
You have not gone too far.
We
Could
killed
they,
them 2 years ago.
yeah, could they be raised? Certainly. Could they be lowered? Certainly. You can do whichever you want. You just don't want to cross.
Can't do whatever we want.
Well, you can't go over the cliff, right? And you can't push it so far that you're now making money off of doing the tap. What that number is, I don't know. That's usually a calculation that an engineer would do. That's not something that I offer.
So you don't know how close we are right now with our tap fees?
I do not.
Shouldn't we know that?
So,
Independent from this
Yeah.
question, yeah.
so what I would say
It's
about,
interrelated.
Yes,
to
it is.
the issue.
It's related.
what I would say about the tap fees is that they're not always guaranteed, so. Yes, if we increase them a little bit, and I don't know what that number would be either, certainly something that we could look into after this and then adjust. The rate model for subsequent years, if we did that.
We've got Scio View coming online, Trailwoods coming online, Woodview coming online. We've got housing coming online.
For sure.
And that's calculated Brian, what's your number?
It is calculated in there, and we could get a little bit more money to help lower these rates, but I don't think it will be a whole. I'll just.
We're not gonna come, tap fees aren't gonna bail us out of this.
Right, I was just saying that they are calculated in here, and yes, right now we're doing very well, and in fact, that's the only reason why water's staying afloat is because the tap fees are carrying the fund year to year to make sure that we can run. What this was to do was to get us away from just always counting on the tap fees that we were bringing in. Certainly, we want to depend on them a little bit for sure, and include them in in this rate study, but we don't want to completely dependent on them because at some point that will dry up. And then when that happens, we're not talking about 40%. If we don't do something, we're talking about a much bigger number then. So it's just trying to slowly take ourselves from being dependent on them. Not that we're completely getting rid of it, dependent on them.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, because we only have so many REUs. We'll get to a point where we have to renegotiate or whatever, but we may not get there. We may not renegotiate, we could just say, that's it. There's lots of variables there. And Brandon, at the last meeting, we talked about the meters, the per unit. You know, there's a multi apartment complex and they have 1 meter, but they have 100 users. So I would like to see that any way that we can recover cost. And I know that's not part of this tonight, but just that, and also I'd like to see people, you know, they have rain barrels that would get a discount. That's what Ann Arbor does. There's different things that we can do as incentives. But of course, it's not about this now, but I don't want that to fall off and we forget about it and.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think there's a lot of things that we could potentially look into that could help us out years 2 through 5. I do think that you guys have a tough choice tonight. I think a choice eventually, if not tonight, needs to be made. It does need to be made to help the customers out in the long run. And then certainly the subsequent years, we'll have more time to look at all of our options, look at what you just said about the per unit and not just the meter recovery for the RTS fees. There's certainly a lot of things we can look into. We can look into adjusting the tap fees a little bit to help out here and there. There's certainly a lot of things. It's just if we don't start somewhere soon, it's just gonna cost more in the long run, unfortunately.
And I don't think we need to wait till next year to implement some of Jillian's ideas.
Right, you certainly don't have to.
I mean, that's just separate additional actions.
I just want to make sure we don't.
Yeah.
Put it on the to-do list and.
Yeah, certainly
forget
if we
that.
stay on top of it and it's a priority, and I mean, I can only push so much too, but certainly if we come up with something that's gonna help these rates out 6 months from now, it's something that we figure out with Brian, he inserts the numbers in there. And something could change. I just don't know what those answers are right now.
Well, we will be reviewing this every year.
Correct.
So, and then if whatever we choose tonight, it will be on which bill, when does it start?
So would you tell us?
I do believe it was being proposed July 1st.
The proposal, if we adopt a model, right, one of these options, and then choose to increase rates for year 1, the proposal was for July 1, Jillian, the thinking being that then we could get at least the 9 months of the rate increase. And then prior to next fiscal year, we're gonna be doing 2 things. We're gonna be updating our capital plan. We're gonna be updating the rate study. And then that'll lead us into budget season. And the goal would be to look at these rates again for April 1. To kind of get on that annual cycle.
I have 2 thoughts. One is a thought. I've always looked at the connection fee or whatever tap fee to be used for future capital cost. To really look at that number and let it grow. And also, I recall years ago, when I lived in Dexter, they didn't do anything for years. You know, nice guys, don't want to hurt anybody. And the state stepped in and said, you will, or we'll do the study, we'll come up with the numbers, and they would tack on an exorbitant percentage. Is that still a possibility where people don't address the problem? As if it is, I don't wanna go there. We need to do our job.
I'm not familiar with the Dexter situation, but I.
Years ago, you wouldn't be, you would around it.
Well, I have another client right now, much smaller than Scio. It's a small village. But they have neglected raising their rates and they were assessed a penalty by, Eagle because it's a lagoon that the wastewater goes into. I'm not a technical guy on this, but they didn't have enough money to pay for the improvement. So then they got penalized for not doing the improvement. And now Department of Treasury is involved, making them, and this is really a village-wide problem, making them raise their sewer rates and doing an assessment for public safety and street lighting, because they didn't make any of the hard decisions. They just kept pushing it off. And now the chickens have come home to roost, and those residents that may have moved in 6 months ago are now getting just nailed on every single possible charge. That's happening to one of my clients right now.
Let me ask a question. I just, a little while ago, I asked Joyce, do we have to decide this tonight?
Yes.
And her answer was no.
What do you mean have to?
I mean, this is a big decision. I'm still kind of pondering it. Several of us live in the water and sewer district. And I mean, when I look at this, the most palatable to me is the slower Band-Aid.
Alternative one.
Yeah,
Yeah, that makes sense.
but I'm not. I would be comfortable waiting a little while longer.
How long?
I don't know. I want to hear where others are.
Brian?
Well, let's ask a question for you. I'm sorry, just one quick question. Who's all on water and sewer here? I mean, okay, so you guys would have a stronger, I'm not, so my vote's somewhat, I guess, less than the three of you. I would
How about up there?
have a stronger opinion.
So I guess I'll wait till my turn, unless it's my turn now. And I'm curious, what do the people in the red zone on this map want? What do the businesses along Jackson? I'm gonna vote for one of these. I can live with one, I can live with two. But what I want is feedback now that there are three alternatives. I don't like the jacking up the RTS, but that's just me. But there are four alternatives for residents and more importantly, sewer and water customers to like 40% might be too much for some people, and they might say, just give it to me over time, even though as inefficient as it is, because I can plan for it, I know it's coming. So I'd like to reach out to either businesses and or homeowner associations or residents, or let them know that one of these is coming.
We had a public hearing.
I know that, but this has changed. We have different options. If we vote tonight, we vote tonight. I prefer to do it at the next meeting, just to get input. But that's, you know.
Well, how about this? Can I throw this out? Can everybody agree that it's, maybe we take this from 4 down to 2? We all agree that maybe it's proposed an option, alternative 1. I'm just throwing out 2 of them out there. And now we're just down to 2 that we have to kind
Yeah,
of
maybe we can
contemplate.
just kind of go around and see which ones are on the table.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think that anybody living in the water sewer district doesn't want a bill, you know, so.
No, we're gonna have to.
Yeah.
Like brush your teeth.
I know, but you know, what do they want? Well, we don't want a bill.
Well, I think what
John, which 2 would you be?
Well, I think I think the 15% is viable as well, because it sucks to have double digit every year, but it's something consistent every year. I would go for 1 or 2 personally.
Alternative one or two.
Yeah, that's right,
Okay.
proposed or alternative one.
But keep in mind, you're also banking on the next board doing the same thing 4 years in a row.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
Okay, well, could
But
we,
you're-
could we just go
But
around? and
I'm
see
also
where we're-
worried about impact of people on fixed income. That's what I'm worried about.
Okay, we got it.
Okay, so John, you're proposed an alternative one.
I'm the two left columns, that's riser, but I can,
Yeah,
it's
I-
not gonna
I
impact.
just wonder where you're at.
All right, I'll keep my short, I'll concur. Go ahead, next.
For real? Is that really where you're at?
I think proposed or alternative one, yeah, I think those are the two
You're
best.
at proposed or alternative one?
Yes.
That's not what John said.
Yeah, it is.
I think
That's what I meant to say.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're in
You're,
my mind.
you're at either proposed or
Yes.
alternative
Yes.
one. Okay. That's where I'm at too. I will say there is the most wisdom though. I'm much stronger in favor of proposed. And I'll tell you why. Is because it's the long-term effect. It's that year 6 column. The year 6 increase under alternative one, people are gonna be paying $357 more unnecessarily. Meaning, if we chose proposed, they wouldn't be paying $357 more in year 6. So in terms of the ultimate financial impact on people, proposed is the best. The initial impact, I do think that in terms of, input, we've gotten some input, we have noticed this, we have gotten input from people. They understand, we got really very few, but very good questions from water and sewer customers at the hearing. They understand that this system has to pay for itself.
Yeah, so
So-
I'd say let's just go to, then we can talk
I'd
about
say
those two.
I'm for, proposed, I could live with alternative one.
I'm the same way, I agree. Well,
Well, I'm not on water and sewer, so this isn't gonna directly impact me. I would like John, I would like to hear from more people. While I understand that we had a public hearing and we did hear some good comments. I think that, the question I would like to hear from water sewer customers is, what is the impact? How is this going to impact you? The specific dollar figure increase that you guys were trying to get at earlier, and that I now understand is in the chart here. What is a water sewer customer? How does that feel to them? Is it a big deal? Is it, or is it something that they feel that they could absorb? Would they rather absorb more upfront in the first year? Or have it spread over a period of years? I understand there's a gamble that is implicit in that future boards may not step up to those annual increases. And I think that's kind of a difficult question to put to this board. But at the same time, we're trying to solve a problem. We're trying to solve the funding for the utilities. And the utility customers are the ones that benefit from having us solve that problem. They're the ones who benefit the most. So, is it palatable to have where's it again? The 300 and, yeah, the 300 and some increase annually in the first year in order to get to that solution quicker?
Yeah. Maybe it's the accountant in me. I like using the percentages more because that 50, as Jillian and I were talking earlier, you use way less than 55. So that's not you. And the way my kids use water, I'm probably even higher than the super user.
Yeah.
So, but I know my bill's gonna go up 25%, 24%, or it's gonna go up 13.
Right.
And granted, not everybody's an accountant and things like I do, but I think the percentage is more impactful. than
Isn't
trying
that why
to
you kind
dollar
of sampled 20 users? Because we're never gonna survey 2,500 users. They kind of sampled the 20 to get to that typical customer. Well,
I understand how they arrived at the number. I'm just trying to put myself in the position of the ratepayer, and not everyone is, I think it's a good point. Not everyone is coming to this situation with the same resources. And, hate to see somebody who's struggling, you know, having to, you know, I don't know what they would do if they didn't have,
Right.
if they're on a fixed income. And, but is it something that they could address just by reducing their use of water? I'm guessing they're already probably trying to skimp on using water, but,
Everybody's different.
but yeah, everybody's different.
Yeah.
Another thing
And
I worry
the-
about, sorry.
I just want to, it doesn't have to be now, but at some point, if Brandon could speak to how many hardship applications we have, how many unpaid bills, because it's extraordinarily low, but there are resources for people.
So we have a way, we do have a way of addressing people for whom this might cause a personal financial crisis.
Yes, if it's under $5,000, I believe through the ordinance, they can give me a written proposal of how is it affecting them, and I have the ability, if it's under $5,000, to make a decision on the bill. If it's anything over $5,000, if I'm remembering it correct, that comes to the board.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we are lucky enough to be able to be very, you know, protective of that.
See, don't, one of the things I worry about is like, we're gonna give you 40% on year one and trust us, we're gonna keep it down on years 2 through 5. Might there be some like, yeah, we'll believe that when we say it, you.
Absolutely.
So there's some, I think we might be worried about a future board, but the ratepayers might be worried about a future board doing another 40% or doing, well, we thought it was gonna be something, now it's something else.
Yeah, they're not gonna like this no matter what.
No, I know,
I would make it clear that this is just the proposal, that we cannot guarantee that it will be 5% every year. This is just under the information that I have now. Each year, we're gonna get new information, and it's gonna change, whether that's 5%, 10% or 2%. We don't know. It's based off of the information we have at that time. I would certainly not be comfortable saying that it will be 100%, 5% each year. I don't think me or Brian or anybody else is gonna insinuate that. I want to make that clear. There's no for sure.
So Brandon, just for clarity, because that's why I was leaning just for alternative one, just because of hardship. You're saying we have provisions in place, if there is hardship, that they're, and it sounds like a pretty good number too.
Yeah, there's that, there's payment plans, and I know that's not always the route that people want to go. Pretty soon, it is a member in Congress, I believe, is working with the Democratic Party. They're trying to push a law where every single meter has to pay an additional $1 or $2 per bill. That money goes in a general pool that the state oversees, and then people can submit hardships to that fund and get money from that. There's other resources as well from the government already in place to help out with people that are struggling to pay their water bills specifically. So there are resources, there are more resources. I think there's a pretty good stronghold on that. The bill that's being proposed is gonna pass. So there are things in place.
Okay, so it's
not a big issue here.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna just recap.
Yeah, I would say that we haven't had anybody because of their we haven't had anybody from my time being here that says, I just can't afford my normal quarterly bill. It's always that they didn't pay for a certain amount of time, or we had a billing issue, I'll be upfront. And we had to do a bill adjustment because we weren't getting reads for a while, and it creates a huge bill. Those are usually the circumstances where we have a payment plan, but we haven't had anybody say, I just can't pay my bill. What can we do? Cause I gotta have water. We haven't had any of those.
All right, so let's hand it over to the girl,
Before
Oh, the girls.
Call me the boys,
I do not.
Excuse me,
Not, never.
excuse me, I think it helps to have just one monitor. All right, it stopped with me. I was supposed to respond and say what options I would favor. I started a dialogue. So let me just say, I'm open to the proposed plan, the rip the Band-Aid off plan that I don't like the name of. Or alternative one. I think, basically alternative one, alternative two, they're sort of leaning in the same direction of trusting that annual increases over time will solve this problem. And the proposed option, the first option is basically saying this board understands this better than future boards, or that we can count at future boards to understand it. And we're gonna be tough, and take that hit. Responsible, whatever. But in any case, I'm willing to consider both of those. I think what I learned in this brief little conversation here is that part of rolling out whatever increase is, needs to have communication about what resources there are for people who, for whom any increase may be difficult. So, I will turn to you. It's your turn, Treasurer Palmer, and then we'll just keep going around.
I want the first one, rip the Band-Aid off, take the hit, the larger hit the first year, and then the next 4 years, work it out, because it's only going to be more money. For sure, because there'll be more expenses. So let's do it now, quit kicking the can down the road. Get it done, get it started.
Trustee Carey?
Okay, just to be clear, and for anybody that hasn't listened before, the reason why these rates are going up, number one, we haven't been raising rates because Ann Arbor raises their rates and we need to raise to keep up with them, number one. The rest of it is because of capital improvements, correct? And we had a capital improvement plan meeting. Supervisor Hathaway, Trustee Riser, Trustee Knoll, not Kathy, sorry, Trustee Knoll, and myself. And we had this plan in front of us, but we did not go through each project, but we all voted for it. So we have to do something because we approved that capital improvement plan. As hard as it is, and I want to bang my head against the table right now, thinking my water bill is going to go up. So I'm going to get some showers or some baths in. So I'm going to fill up yeah, fill up your July 1st. And I'm going to agree. And I've really been contemplating this because I'm a very conservative water user. And I also have people in my neighborhood, they're on the lower income. But in order to keep up, and as long as we look at everything like we had talked about earlier, I'm gonna have to go with the proposed number one. Not alternative one, proposed.
Well, you can give two.
But that's
She
not
gave hers.
getting anywhere.
Yeah,
No,
okay.
She's
Yeah.
being definitive.
Yeah.
Trustee Knoll?
Okay, so I've already stated the alternative number one looks best to me, but I have a few questions for you two. If we were to choose an option and then years 2 through 5 are not set in stone, we would have the option each year as we reevaluate if we needed to increase it a little bit more or whatever, or a little bit less, we could do that.
Its own decision.
Right. So I think the proposed is gonna hit some people hard in different ways. And I share some of John's sentiments on this issue. People are looking at what's going on in the township and scrutinizing increases in all kinds of areas. So, I mean, of course, I can go along with the proposed, but I think alternative one is gonna be more palatable to more people, at least right now. And yes, maybe we are a little bit kicking the can down the road, but we're not really entirely because we are dealing with this unlike what prior boards have done. Even if it isn't the extreme approach, we are dealing with it.
What if we had a in-between proposed?
No.
30% and
No.
20%?
No.
So,
So you're leaning
should
towards
we
one?
go?
Kathy, is that fair to say?
I am curious, some that we've had, we could ask
I was
people.
gonna suggest during public comment.
Oh, well, let's do
But
it before public comment. Let's just take a poll of people in the audience and see.
So I guess like.
Of those-
on one, you vote on
Your
one.
residents.
It's just, this is
Raise your hand
not,
on
this
one.
is, but
Well, just-
Kathy, that's not a
okay.
scientific approach to getting a public opinion.
No, it's
Right.
not scientific.
It's,
Right.
it's.
I'm not
it's-
saying it was,
Okay,
but we could tap into some sentiments in the
well,
residents.
we had a public hearing. I think, I hesitate to take, to sort of go down that path.
I would-
It's just gonna burn up
I
meeting
would
time.
move that we ask if there are any water and sewer customers here, by a show of hands. If they had to do one of these, whether they prefer the proposed or whether they prefer alternative one. I would, I want that input. I really do. And I don't mind, I don't mind postponing this for 2 weeks, because I'm gonna move to postpone this.
Well, why don't,
For that input.
why don't we get that, why don't we, if you wanna do the straw poll, that to me is more palatable than adding another public comment time. But, which is, I thought where we were headed, but, if we're gonna postpone this, that allows some time to get that kind of input from people, not just the people who showed up tonight.
I gotta say though, guys, I know you two well enough, like, I mean, there's no scientific way you're going to get input from a representative sample of 2,500 people about their feelings, their impression. This is about the management of the water
We
and
never
sewer.
said it would be a representative sample.
Certainly, and that's even,
We want opinions.
yeah, and opinions, and that's cool, except that, you know, I think as a board managing these funds, I mean, we don't, it reminds me of when we were gonna raise tap fees. We're in the middle of the board meeting and Will said, hold on, let me call Stolman, because he doesn't think tap fees are being raised, and it's like, I don't wanna get individual, you know, input. We know what we need to do. And I would be comfortable, again, I think there's wisdom in the proposed, because at the end, that's the least effect on people. They're gonna end at the lowest rates. And I'm with Donna that we need to take some action tonight. I would go with alternative one if we want to, because I do see like 20% is a lot different than 40. But we need to, you know, move forward with a decision. I just can't believe that getting a few customers' opinions on how they feel about one or the other, it seems like a way to delay it.
Well, the other problem could be if you talk to 15 customers and 7 of them say one thing and 8 of them say the other, then what
Yeah.
does that even mean?
Yeah,
That's the other
or
challenge,
do
you
they
know,
just
it's-
wanna,
If you don't want resident input, let's just vote.
so you know what I don't want? I don't want a big developer's input. I don't want.
Who's
Yeah.
suggesting
No,
that?
nobody. I'm just saying that,
I'm talking about the people who live in the red zone and pay water and sewer. I want some input on that.
How are you gonna get that input, John?
I'm gonna reach out to HOAs, I'm gonna query these, anybody here. Is it wrong to wanna know what people feel? Guys,
We sent out postcards to every single one for
I
them.
know that, but these are the specific
They
proposals.
elected us to make they elected some of us to make a decision
Yeah,
and appoint.
5 of us.
Why are we doing these ad hominem attacks, folks?
No, it's
This
not.
doesn't move the
It's
dialogue.
about making a decision
Yeah.
for our
Yeah.
residents.
It seems like there's some ad hominem attacks creeping into this, and I would caution people to avoid that, because that's just going to polarize this discussion in a way that doesn't really focus on the substance.
I mean,
of what
we
we're trying to
are
do.
down to 2 models, which I think is progress.
Okay.
So
Jessica?
if some, so what I hear is there's a sentiment from some members of the board that they would like to postpone and gather more public
Yeah, just
input.
put it under.
And I hear from some other people that they would prefer to move forward with a vote tonight. So
We could
a
just,
way to test that is to have your motion
Yeah.
and see if there's the votes to postpone.
Okay.
or I
let's
could
start
do
there.
it,
Yeah.
okay.
And
Go for it, John.
And I move that we postpone this until our next meeting as the first agenda item. So we can, or
Under
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 old business.
yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean,
Unfinished business.
unfinished business, so that we can deal with it swiftly at our next meeting. And that those of us who want to get input specifically to these two, about it can do so. That would be my motion.
On the two alternatives.
Yes, on proposed and alternative one, yes. The next,
That's a pretty long motion.
okay, so I move that we postpone until our next meeting, consideration of the proposed or alternative number one,
So second meeting in June 25th.
whatever that is, our next meeting, yes.
And to consider potential increase in the rates.
Yeah, yeah, to consider
I know the
proposed,
second part of the,
yeah, proposed and alternative one as
right.
columns, the left columns on page 20 of
And
the
the
PowerPoint.
second action to actually consider raising rates.
Yes, of course,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so there's a motion by Riser.
I'll
There's-
support.
There's support by Noel. Please call the roll.
Well, I have a comment.
Oh, all right, yeah, I didn't allow
Your
time for.
term, consider raising rates.
Okay, we're gonna do it.
We're gonna kick the can down the road again.
That's why I don't want to postpone it, Donna.
Then take out the word considered and it will be.
No, whatever we say in this motion doesn't bind us to do it.
Right.
Donna's concern is right.
Donna's expressing her concern.
And I share.
Let's call the roll.
Wait, let me say something. We have our manager here. Let's ask her opinion.
Well, basically, I do think it's good to get feedback, but I also agree with Flintoff that we need to take some action. But I don't know if it needs to be tonight, but I do think we need to perhaps get some feedback.
But if we waited 2 weeks,
Then the increase, I don't know that we could implement the increase by July first. I mean, just the practicality.
do we have to do it by July 1st?
Kathy, I think this township has demonstrated we don't have to do anything, but here we are, if we, and so on rates. So I mean, we could bump it to August 1st. That would be fine.
Or two.
But this is.
Or November 20th.
No.
Well,
Come on,
I'm
guys.
just trying to, now
Let's just.
Kathy, in all practicality, just looking at the the beginning of a quarter, so April 1, July 1, October 1. And Brandon, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm just thinking the practicality of actually implementing it with a billing cycle.
One comment, Bobby. So what we're saying here is you're gonna go out and get opinions. We've listened to multiple hours of this gentleman speak, right? We've had a public hearing. You're gonna somehow go get an opinion from somebody who has none of that context. All you're gonna do is have that opinion. I don't know how you're gonna garner those opinions and not get full context. I'm just being.
Then vote against my proposal. I'm not gonna.
I'm just saying, hold on, I'm not, don't mean to be offensive, I'm not trying to hurt you. I never do. I love you, and we're also not taking the advice of this person who says, hey, we've done this in all these other townships, and this is the best way to do it.
Cause he ain't paying the bill.
But he's had the experience of all these other townships and benefited. I don't think he has an incentive here to steer us wrong.
And we're not here as customers.
I
We're
understand
here
that.
as board members
Who
trying to manage
represent
these
customers.
funds, who manage these funds.
We're trying to be responsible.
We gotta be
managing the funds.
responsible
There
stewards.
was a
Well,
motion.
Why don't we
I
vote
agree.
on the motion to
All right.
postpone?
I agree.
And then that will give us a clearer sense of where the board is on
I agree.
making a decision tonight.
And if this fails, I would be prepared to make a motion to take action.
Okay,
All right. Motion to postpone. Brazo?
No.
Carrie?
No.
Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
The other, and only other yes.
Hathaway?
I'll vote yes to postpone to give you time.
Palmer?
No.
Flintoff? No. Motion fails 3-4. I would like to make a motion to adopt the proposed 5-year utility rate model and instruct Plant Moran to finalize the water and sewer fund financial forecast cash needs basis years ending June 30, 2024 to 2028.
So that doesn't pick a particular,
It does, to adopt the proposed.
oh, the proposed, sorry.
And I apologize, by proposed, I mean column one.
Column
Yeah.
1, gotcha. So is there a second for that?
Second. Okay, that will.
Okay.
So moved by Flintoff, support by Palmer. Is there further discussion before we vote?
We beat this dead horse.
Okay, all right, please call the roll.
Brazo?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Noel?
No.
Riser?
Yes.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Motion adopted 6-1. Brian, do you have enough information to finish forecast? Okay, I would like to ask that we go on to the second proposed action. It is contained in the handed out resolution here. Apologies for not, I included as a motion to increase water and sewer rates. We by ordinance, oh, sorry, well, you can look at mine. By ordinance, we need a resolution, so thank you, Mariah.
So this would formalize what we just did.
Nope, what this would do is we just adopted a model, so what this proposal would do would be to actually raise rates for year one, effective July 1st. And Ryan, I'm gonna need your help here. The new rates for water and sewer would be,
Place should be a drum roll.
and I would propose that the rate set forth would be for July 1.
Water,
Yep,
it goes to $12.46.
Okay, state that back, water,
Water, $12.46.
okay, sewer,
$12.86.
okay. So, so it would go from sewer would be $12.86, water would be $12.46, with a proposed effective date of July 1, 2024.
Is it 1246 or 1240?
46.
1286 and 1246.
Yeah.
So you filled in the blanks. We need, and you're making the motion to adopt this resolution.
Unless we want to discuss it.
Well, it's
Okay.
basically putting into effect on
Yep.
July 1st, what we were just adopting with the.
Correct.
Right, that's what I was trying to get at. Okay, no, I don't think there's a need for further discussion. I think we're sort of there.
Okay, I'll offer this resolution.
Is there support? So, again, it's moved by Flintoff, support by Palmer. I don't see a need for further discussion. Please call the roll.
Brazo?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Resolution adopted 7-0. Brian and Brandon, thank you both so much.
Thank you, guys.
Is there anything else on the agenda you'd like me to stick around?
Oh, we're having so much fun.
No. Thank you.
Item K2 is approval of a proposal for implementation of digital records management initiative.
Oh,
I need a break.
Oh, you have to leave.
He should, or I would recommend the statement about why he's leaving. Can you do the same?
Sure, yeah. So I'm a stakeholder in Drive IQ. So therefore I'm gonna recuse myself from either voting or input whatsoever.
Great,
So.
thank you, Mark.
We'll go find you later.
Yeah, they'll hold me down.
And did I hear someone say they needed a break? Well, I guess people are just taking a break.
Sorry, can't hold it anymore.
Okay, great. Steve, thank you.
I am in the meeting.
Okay.
So how do we proceed, get started with the presentation? If people will hopefully come back promptly.
Yeah, maybe we should wait for everybody to get. Yeah, I think it's about 5.
Oh, all right, Steve, hold off. I guess we're taking it,
I just want to note that we lost quorum at 9:50.
We had a bathroom loss of quorum.
All right, we have lost quorum.
I was just trying to tell Brian that I don't know how he got to Michigan State yet, he's this close to Ann Arbor. Lightning to strike.
Go green, go white.
Yeah, run for the door.
Right. Drive safely, Brian. Thank you.
One of the best accounting universities in the country.
We're on a break. Nice.
Yeah, we're not on a break. We just lost quorum.
That's funny. I got to use the
Actually,
restroom. Permission to use the restroom?
Make it quick.
Pizza then or.
Oh, man. Now, Steve, I understand you made a presentation last week.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I missed it.
Yeah, that's okay.
I was out of town.
Yeah, I think the.
He was in Hawaii.
Oh, you're not supposed to blab about
It's okay.
Just some questions from the folks on the proposal, but similar to tonight, just your chance to ask questions. Yeah.
You logo on your computer.
Oh, yeah. If I was a real hipster, I'd have a lot more stickers.
Yeah, I understand. See, I'm like an old fogey. I just
Go.
have a
We drove separately, deal with the county departments. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
No problem.
I asked these guys if they have those jobs.
Well,
I feel a sense of relief.
I think,
I feel a sense of relief.
I think we were headed towards a decision either this night or.
Time to get it moving.
I know, but.
Yes, I am.
They are.
Yeah.
No, I'm not arguing. I'm just saying like, that could go on forever.
Well, it is, there is an endpoint. What I was saying is I think we were headed towards a decision at our next meeting, but people were ready to make it tonight and that's what we proved.
No, seriously. No need to kick the can anymore.
Noise.
How are you?
Doing good.
Good, you've been very patient.
Oh, yeah.
Since after 10 o'clock, well, close to 10.
It's getting there.
Yeah.
No, it's all good. Interesting to see the sausage get made sometimes too.
Yeah. Get used to it, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
He's got to bear what I've been doing. Bumping around about yelling and everything.
I don't appreciate you, because you know, you've been here a very long time.
I remember the first meeting you were.
I don't tend to go into a lot of depth. I want to just hit the highlights and then see what the questions are.
Actually, they were, I'm not Irish too. But I'm gonna tell you guys about the young nation that I commissions.
Yeah, that's.
Okay, so got it.
We got quorum?
That's something everybody. But I
Yeah,
gotta go.
I wanna get Jillian. She's
I
gonna.
wanted to tell you that, my dogs are.
You know what? Take care of them.
You made a good comment about the DDI. I told Brian, thank you. I don't see the purpose, take off the road. We don't need a baseball field there. And let's do the utilities and let's make.
Okay, we're gonna give.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
We're gonna.
I don't know, I think we should just get.
Right, Kathy, we're gonna come back to order. All right, we have quorum again, so we're going to proceed with the agenda. Our next item is item K2. This is approval of a proposal for implementation of digital records management initiative. And we have with us a guest presenter, Steve. Actually, Jessica, this is your agenda item again. Why don't you introduce it?
Sure. Been working with the manager, IT director, Steve Woodward from Drive IQ, for this process, which is a comprehensive approach to trying to manage our digital records. What the board has already approved is an RFP process to kind of do some fact finding with all of our staff. I think there were about 10 different meetings, review of all of our systems, to develop a bid. And we posted the bid, our RFP, and we got one respondent, Drive IQ. So that was one piece of it. And the proposal is in here. Because we got one proposal only, the manager, IT director, and I reached out to some other folks to kind of get more opinions. So we got the county IT director. I know that for Washington County IT, to kind of weigh in on the proposal with us so that we could evaluate the information. And what we have tonight is a proposal. There's definitely many more questions we still have, and I apologize because I was out sick last week, so it's not all written here. We're gonna have to talk about some of them. But what we wanted to do is have Steve Woodward give a brief kind of 5-minute presentation and then go to questions from the board. Does that make sense, Joyce?
Yeah.
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks to the board and everyone for the time. Yeah, I'll just summarize a few things quickly and then reserve the time for questions from the board. Thanks, Jessica, for kind of, the summary there. Just quick about me, I have presented to this group before. I am Steve Woodward. I'm the co-founder of Drive IQ. We're a Scio Township business. We've been located here for about the last 10 years. And I'm the Chief Innovation Officer, one of the founders, been working with you guys, as Jessica described, right, the fact finding and the proposal to date. Again, I mentioned us, just a little bit about us. We are headquartered here, Scio Township. We work a lot with Fortune 500 companies, et cetera. I'm just going to mostly focus on this slide and then I'll pause for questions. I do have some other supporting material that I may use as discussions or questions come up, but I don't want to, death by PowerPoint here and kind of stick to reasonable timing. But really just what were the goals? And we feel at Drive IQ that our proposal addresses and enables all of these goals. But really, why are we doing this? And really to specifically address one of the questions that I know one of the residents had during public comment time was, why is this here and things like that. And really the goals we were looking at to do this, the number one is kind of, the lead is buried a little bit, but really it starts from trying to improve the experience for residents at Scio. And maybe not so much initially, at least directly, but we heard from the folks through the fact-finding missions and other things that the people here at the Township Hall, the employees in particular, spend a decent amount of time researching requests or finding documents or spending time going through the archives in the basement, trying to service requests and answer questions. So one of the benefits of this would be to enable that concept to improve towards self-service, to where eventually a longer term goal would be we could enable complete self-service to the residents, but at least initially this project starts to improve that situation by making things electronic, searchable, and findable so that we spend less time digging through papers and paper records. Secondarily, really probably in my mind, at least the key driver from what I've heard is enables the clerk to manage records. You guys are under mandates. A lot of the discussion today was about things you have to do. One of the things that the state requires of the township is records management and records retention on specific schedules and specific types. And at least today, as we found in our fact-finding missions and things, that was a very difficult process for the township. Some things are electronic. Some departments are very robust and mature, a lot of information in BSNA and other systems. Other departments, not quite as mature, need help with the electronics records or really just having records management in general. The main driver of that is to secure and protect all those records. As of right now, many of your permanent records are here on site as paper in the basement. If there were any kind of a natural disaster, any kind of issue like that, in theory, you wouldn't be able to meet your mandates to keep those records and present those to the state, to auditors and others. So having an electronic copy of those, very helpful for disaster recovery and other types of issues. against data breaches, things like that as well, right? Having that available would improve the posture. And this last but not least, and then I'll open to questions from the board, I'm sure there's several, is just from, again, the fact-finding meetings and different things, you discovered that a lot of the personnel here at the township spend a decent amount of time doing manual tasks or searching for paper or trying to just go back, well, what did we decide last time? Or what does this parcel need to know? What were the decisions made previously? And by making those records electronic, would just really speed up and make that process much more efficient. So those are the kind of the goals, why we were kind of embarking on this journey. The proposal we put in front of the board, we think addresses and improves all these situations. Happy to address any questions or go into any details about the proposal.
Questions?
Sure. I mean, my main question, I mean, my opinion is, you know, that this is a really innovative proposal. I like that it integrates with SharePoint. There's so many things where I think that this is the right direction for the township to go. And the devil's in the details, where I think that, you know, we need to consider, you know, the length of the contract, the price of the contract. And also, a question I have is, if you could describe this for us in terms we can understand, not being IT professionals. If we have the contract in place and, you know, there's the kind of tagging and sorting and retrieval that we can do with our documents. If we cancel the contract, what happens to that functionality for this?
So the tags, the decisions made, the stamps on the document, the archival, the ability to search and things, those are really based on being electronicized and put into SharePoint, which the township already has subscriptions to. Your IT director is already managing that. We just want to drive more adoption of it. So at the end of the day, if you think of the Drive IQ software, what we're doing is we're eliminating a lot of the manual things. We're essentially applying automation. So we're automatically applying labels, automatically applying tags, tagging all that archived information that right now someone would have to go through tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of documents and individually stamp them or sort them. So that's really what we're bringing to the table, but directly to your question, Jessica, is if you were to unplug us, if you were to not renew the contract, those types of things that are contractual, the township could exit from that. What you would lose is you would lose the Drive IQ software doing the automatic tagging and applying. Everything we had already put in place would still be there. All of that intellectual property and records management on top of that in SharePoint would exist. What you would lose is the automatic tagging. And then at that point, perhaps you just have to ask personnel to do that manually, one-off as they create new documents, things like that. But essentially what you would lose is kind of that automation and then kind of the publishing that we put in the proposal around pushing things up to BSNA for when that is the system of record, automatically pushing things out to a couple different published websites when those are required systems of record. Those are the things you would essentially lose if we were not part of the equation.
All right, well, that gives me some reassurance that the tagging, you know, for lack of a better word, really is part of the SharePoint.
Yeah, we would not own your documents. We would not, you wouldn't lose any documentation. We wouldn't have any of your electronic files at ransom or anything else. We would essentially, our piece of the automation would be removed. And at that point, you would then be back to electronic, but manual electronic records.
Right. Electronic, but tagged.
Yes, manually tagged and then manually tagging going forward.
Sure, okay. The other thing too that's come up because of certain staff schedules is that we're gonna need the availability of our IT director. If and when we embark on a proposal like this, our IT director, me, some other staff, probably our attorney, manager, quite a bit of time. Curious about a potential, thinking more that like probably like January-ish would probably be a more realistic start time if Scio were to embark on this.
Yeah, and we put, there's a timeline, I think, in the proposal packet that was probably shared with the group. We kind of made the assumption we would start ASAP to start to get the benefits and things. As far as Drive IQ is concerned, I mean, we can schedule at convenience things. We did have a meeting, was it last week, I believe, with the manager and the IT director and some other folks. And that was kind of a large topic of discussion around what would be the exact requirements of the Scio personnel. And there is some lift particularly from the business heads, as we prioritize them, part of the discussion was, we'll probably focus on one or two business units, kind of use them as prototypes, work through the process, get them functioning and then completed based on stack ranking of the team, assuming we go forward. And then we would then roll that out with those lessons learned to other departments. So depending on who we prioritize, who we put up front, there could be a little bit more business interaction, kind of like those stakeholder meetings we already had, where I would be interviewing people, asking questions, getting a lot of things on paper, asking for kind of buy-in or review. There could be some time to that. The IT director themselves, we kind of described how their role would be as more like the key master to the whole process. They kind of have to let us in to do our work, put us out at the end of the day, kind of oversee what we're doing, but at least the proposal as described is a managed service where me and my team would be doing pretty much all of the heavy lifting to keep that burden off of the IT director. That was one of the goals, where we didn't want to just add another set of tasks on top of that one person who already has a lot going on. But their role in it would be kind of like as the key master and kind of at least overseer, because he eventually owns your SharePoint infrastructure. He's kind of responsible for that, but we would want to limit his time. But to the core question, could the timeline be negotiated, moved? Absolutely. I would just point out to the board, if you do look at that Gantt chart that's in there, a lot of that work up front, other than some initial discussions about who is the first group to go, some information, me and my team is probably going to go offline for a couple months anyway, whether we start July, August, September, January. There's going to be a period of time where we really won't be asking much from Scio other than just some information, because we're going to have to kind of build up some of this infrastructure. If you look in the proposal, there are a couple pieces of code that my team has to create to kind of publish to BSNA, to publish to particular websites. We can front load all that work once, assuming we go forward, we have approval. So we don't necessarily need a lot of the IT's director right up front, but we can certainly negotiate with you guys and work on the timeline that makes sense for the township. This is to increase efficiency and get you guys more compliant kind of incrementally. The idea is not to just dump a lot of work on any individuals.
I just have one more question and then I'll feel is the records retention schedules that we've been through the binder.
Yep.
I just want to confirm that, you know, we would be building in all of those rules into all of this.
Yeah, and that's
those types of documents, which would be pretty innovative.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where I think any concerns around some time, that is the legitimate time sink. I mean, the IT side of it, the computer side of it, those things, I really don't think there will be that much impact to the IT director and some of his work. Where there will be some impact to Scio, I believe, is the individual department heads, particularly on that schedule as we choose kind of the 8 or 10 business functions to kind of roll out. Some of those, especially the first 1 or 2, might need a little more interaction with me personally. I would certainly work with that person. I don't want to, you know, mandate their time. They have a full-time job as well. But that's where I see the impact coming. And that's where it would be important to the team to kind of choose those good initial priorities well, to kind of balance not only getting the work done, but maybe a team that isn't quite under the initial crunch or would have a little more bandwidth to work with us. But that's how I foresee it rolling out.
Questions from their board? Please go.
Okay, this, from what I remember when you were in front of us before.
Yes.
And of course, I do agree that we need to have our records scanned and preserved, so we don't have a natural disaster or whatnot. So I do have some questions. But I don't remember an ongoing service agreement. I just thought that the proposed scope of work for that $10,000 or whatever we had approved at the time, that was to give the scope of work and what you would do, but I don't remember an ongoing subscription. Does that ring a bell, or am I just?
We haven't approved any such.
No, but that was talked about before.
It was contemplated. It certainly wasn't something that we knew for sure, but most services like this are subscription based.
Okay, well, I was under the impression it was just the scanning and getting everything up into the cloud.
Yeah, certainly not indefinite, certainly not an indefinite cost.
Okay,
And I'll just add to that, if
Sure.
you looked at the proposal, there was larger cost in year one for exactly what you said, and then ongoing, the subscription really impacts more what Jessica had asked me initially, that what would we be providing ongoing if we got unplugged? And all those rules and things that we'll be developing year one, will it stay in the background? That's essentially what you're paying for subscription, again, because we're not asking the IT director to stand up another server, perform backups, have additional infrastructure at the township hall. We're gonna have that hosted up in the cloud. We're gonna manage that. So the subscription is for us to manage the infrastructure going forward, assuming you still find value and want to use it. Backups, disaster recovery of our side of it. And then basically that automatic rules processing and automation that will be every time a new document comes in, we'll run through the rules, get sorted, get automatically stamped, and get placed in the correct records retention location. So that's kind of the ongoing service, is just that the service remains on, we remain managing it, and it continues to provide those benefits going.
okay, and we would be able to go with another provider?
Sure.
Okay, so, other questions here. Would we have 24/7 access to everything once it's all uploaded?
Yes,
And the public would?
Yeah, well, not the public, at least initially, there are gonna be internal records. There are some called out in there where we'll be publishing things out to BSNA, and where that's accessible to residents today, that would also be available on public websites. But the internal SharePoint, unless Scio made that choice, it would be more internal records and not necessarily shared directly to residents.
But eventually, we're contemplating there's certain API we want to have built for our website and also to BSNA, so that, you know, attachments like, say, a development agreement or something like that attached to the cover.
Yeah, there are certain things you have chosen to directly publish already, and you could certainly choose to do more of that in the future, but not everything is planned to be published.
And according to scanning documents, are we, and I may be off on this, I just did a little research and I'm not a expert here, but the higher resolution, does that cost us more money than like a medium resolution regarding scanning and?
In theory, yes, but pretty much nowadays it's a commoditized thing. It's not nearly as big of a deal. Most documents are scanned at, you know, resolutions that are pretty common as far as photocopies and fax and printers. So there's really not a concern about high res versus not with what you guys are doing.
Okay, you know, this is more of a board. I know that we went out for an bids and we only had one come back. And I don't know how to compare this to anything else. And that's my biggest concern, especially when the company is owned by one of our trustees. Yes, he did recuse himself, which is respectable, but I don't know what else I don't know how to compare this.
And that's why we reached out to county IT. And Joyce, that's one area we could get more info on, is kind of the cost comparisons, but from Chris and county IT, I mean, the costs were, I thought county IT was gonna say, oh, that's outrageous, but they were like, no, that's pretty typical. County IT uses OnBase, but they have a whole OnBase person who's managing it for them too. So I do think we need more information about that, about what other costs are. And certainly I wouldn't, you know, as I said, I'm supportive of this technology and direction, but I think that it would be contingent on, you know, serious negotiations on the term, on the price, on all of that before bringing it back to the board.
Well, actually, that's a good segue to my question, which is focusing on this chart about the cost, the price for the different sort of components. Yeah, that one. I just want to make sure I understand. So I see built into this are some discounts, which is very nice to see, but the price is still very high. And it looks, if I'm understanding this correctly, like an annual cost. Am I correct?
Yeah, there's a year one cost described, which is slightly higher because there's some initial startup and consulting fees in there. And then there's kind of the years 2 through X of the contract, kind of annual recurring cost.
So the years
So the years 2 through,
Yeah, however long at that point you
keep going forward, which are all of these components part of that annual cost? There's 5 different parts, and I'm just thinking, so even if they go to.
Yes, there's a couple line items that we could have chose to also throw into year one around the development. As I mentioned, there are for the question that was already asked about, which things are gonna remain in and which things will be published out to kind of improve resident self-service or resident information to BSNA and to the other websites. Those are things that, again, we're gonna write as one-time code to kind of integrate with BSNA on your behalf, to integrate with your published website on your behalf.
The connectors line?
That's the connectors line. That's kind of a year one cost, and then there's some initial, year one services and things like that. But then going forward, it would just be the subscription fees.
So the first and the last lines are so 80.
We probably, and again, per Jessica's point, to discuss here, maybe this slide is, again, much like your earlier discussion with the other gentleman, this is more of a summary. There's an entire spreadsheet behind this, and we could probably clarify that a little bit better than this snapshotted PowerPoint slide. But if you wanted a specific cost of year one versus year 2, 3, and 4, I know we have that. I just don't think it's shown very well on this slide.
I remember at another presentation some months ago where.
I've got an Excel spreadsheet we could pull up and go through that if that makes sense. But yes, there's a subset of those, and I could probably figure it out by digging through here, but I know this summary, it doesn't make it super clear what's the delta between year 1 and then 2, 3, and 4.
So some of these costs are only year 1.
Yes.
At least the connectors one. And others, to some degree, would be annual expenses.
Yes.
And Will, if I'm understanding it right, and Steve, it's the 2 bottom lines that are really the year 1 only costs, the 52 and the 40, the 92.5.
Yes, I think so. And the connectors, he said.
Well, the connectors are kind of amortized across the subscription. That was the one place where, again, we could have made year 1 even bigger, but we didn't want to sticker shock you guys too much. But similar to the earlier discussion is
this could have been even more shocking.
for the first year.
Yeah.
And then going forward, we've just amortized some of that development cost across to make it a little easier in theory to swallow.
And it's the enterprise services and the Drive IQ Cloud Enterprise license subscription. Those are the ongoing
Yes.
that we could not do.
Correct. And that's per your point of, your alternatives might be to do something like sign up with OnBase, pay a vendor to set that up and things. There'd be cost to that, just like our year 1 cost. And then, as you said, like Washtenaw County has a full-time person that administers it, which that's part of our subscription that we're asking for. It's comparable. Someone has to maintain that, make sure it's care and fed for, backed up, things like that.
So if I understand correctly, one of the comparables would be to look at the cost the county has for having a staff person.
Yes.
To do one of the things that you have here as a subscription service.
Yeah, and I think that's what Jessica was implying that you guys were going through with Washtenaw was similar projects. I know we were the only ones who submitted a bid here, but similar projects, the county has OnBase. They pay a subscription fee for that. I'm sure they pay a yearly maintenance fee for that. If they're hosted in the cloud, they pay them for that hosting. If they have it on-prem, they have to have an annual capital cost to maintain that server, to upgrade it every 5, 8, 10 years, however far that goes out, and the labor cost for the full-time administrator. So that would probably be a comparison. I obviously don't have those numbers in front of me, but you guys would through your resources that Washtenaw.
So this is one of the things that we gathered.
Yeah, I think we should pull more details together on kind of cost comparisons of going with a different model. But the Steve, on the cloud enterprise license subscription, the cloud, because we already have things in the cloud, we have SharePoint. What exactly is in the cloud?
Yeah, that's just, like I said, the Drive IQ server infrastructure that's doing the automation, the piece that's running the rules. Think of it as an automation, much like an AI assistant or something else that's sitting in the background and doing what in theory you could pay. Another alternative for Scio would be we're gonna go to SharePoint and we're gonna electronicize all of our records anyway. But we're gonna ask all of the individual people at Scio, we're gonna train them to start classifying their documents themselves. So they'll have to know that when this document comes in, this certain type of assessing form, it follows this level of retention, it needs to be stamped this way and flagged this way, so that now it's in compliance with the record retention, right?
I think,
That would be the alternative, that would be part of the automation we're supplying as part of that hosting cost.
I think the biggest benefit is getting quickly organized the trove of digital documents we already have. You know, email attachments, everything. So it's kind of, I see some benefit, particularly for like the big heavy lift, that kind of 1 year of work. Probably a little more than I do, like for the ongoing cost.
And then the good news would be though, you know, again, like with most things, you can reevaluate. You would, at that point, that's where this one was a little fuzzy is, there's no time, materials or cost study for us to very specifically say, you know, with a stopwatch or something, hey, we're gonna save someone at the front desk 4 hours a month or something, right? We don't have that level of detail yet. But after the back file was done, after some of this initial work was done, and you're considering renewing the contract, you would have those metrics. You would know a little bit before, after the cost savings that you were getting, and you'd be able to quantify the benefits you were getting a lot more concretely than you can really now. Now, all we can really say is we will improve the situation. Putting specific quantification around that improvement is difficult without investing a lot more time and research in some kind of, you know, efficiency study.
Further questions or comments? I think this was a discussion item.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we need to decide kind of on what we want to do. I mean, I think we definitely need more information about comparables. And then also, I'm wondering, Steve, if maybe we could talk with Joyce and maybe Mariah and Chris and me and see if we might, if there might be room for a kind of leaner proposal in terms of, you know, whether it's kind of a big lift in the first year or something like that. But I think something around the ongoing subscription piece of it as well as the cost. And I don't know if it's possible, so it's not. But what do others think?
I would like more information. And for comparables, I would feel more comfortable that way. Okay.
Yeah, it's only one bid and it's so much money and it's an annual commitment, so, I mean, we need it, and if it could be this. I mean, I'm the guy that wanted more information on water and sewer, so I'm gonna want more information on this too, please.
So, no action tonight. We don't have to take a vote. We can just say, we'll gather more
But
information.
is there anything we need from this gentleman or no? Or
You
you're gonna
know,
follow up?
just a willingness to kind of sit down with, you know, Joyce, Chris, Mariah, and me and kind of talk through the contract and see what possibilities are. And then I think on our own, Joyce, I guess we need to do more comparables and try to find, I mean, part of it's that we'll have to work with Chris too, because we've been reaching out to other local units and, you know, we certainly haven't found anybody who's ahead of us. So.
This is the part of the challenge of being cutting edge, I guess.
Sure, if it's helpful, I could work with township manager, the IT director, yourself, Jessica, around other people you could reach out to. You know, I could even name some of my competitors. They didn't bother to submit a bid, but if you took the initiative to reach out to them, maybe that would help with some comparisons and things.
That'd be
I
great.
know as far as that goes, I mean, we compete, you know, in the commercial space, enterprise, we constantly bid against many competitors. You know, so we at least think for a solution of what we're providing, you know, we're in with everyone else as far as comparables, but, you know, happy to help you guys
Yeah, that would be
answer that
helpful.
question.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, well, thank you. I think we're then ready to move on to the next agenda item. Which is item K3.
Thank you, Rob.
Well, thank you, Rob. Extension of conditional offers of employment to 2 new firefighters. Well, actually, and hiring of 1 firefighter from 8 on call to full time.
Yeah. Didn't see in person, by the way.
Okay, we're on item K3, Mr. Guzzo.
Okay.
Thank you, board. Before I get into the specifics of this requested action tonight, I kind of want to give you a little bit of the background. As we worked through the budget process last year with the manager and our finance staff, we budgeted for 3 new positions to start in September. The board approved that, and then additionally, we did a budget for the next fiscal year, which was also adopted, which included those positions. Subsequent to that, or I guess during that time period, we had one retirement in the fire department, gave us an opportunity to interview candidates. Our process for interviewing candidates, we use a company called EMCO, EMPCO. They're a testing company. They do entry-level tests, they do promotional exams, they do oral board work, they do assessment centers. They're an industry leader in the hiring and promotion in police and fire departments. A candidate who wants to become a firefighter in most communities, they undergo an EMCO examination. They select, hey, I want to work for Ann Arbor or Scio Township. And then when we have an opening, we go, we have special access to their website and we download their list. We get their information, see their certifications, make sure they meet our requirements, and we can evaluate their scores on the EMCO entry-level exam. When we began this process to replace Captain Burke, we understood that we'd be hiring these 3 folks this fall. And we paid an eye to that during the interviews as well. When we downloaded our list, we had about 24 candidates. As we walked through that list, some folks were not interested. Some folks had other jobs. Some folks said, I don't even know why I'm still on this list. Whatever the story was, but we were able to get applications from and interview 7 candidates for the 1 replacement position and 3 upcoming new positions. Our interview process from there, the 2 captains, excluding Captain Burke, who is retiring, Captain Cook and Captain Holzer, and myself met with all these candidates. We had about 18 questions. We spent at least an hour with each of the candidates going through the questions. And upon completion, we discussed each candidate's strengths and weaknesses. We discussed how they would fit with the department. And we came to a consensus on how we wanted to hire. As you know, you've already hired 1 candidate. He should be starting next week. He's a replacement candidate, and now we have before us the 3 folks today. To begin with, firefighter Thomas Begris. Tommy is one of our paid-on-call firefighters. He's actually joining remote today. He couldn't be here. Tommy has been with the department for 7 or 8 years. Tommy holds a master's degree, is currently working on a doctoral degree. He is a paramedic with the state of Michigan and has served in capacities in other fire departments locally as well as throughout the state. Next candidate we have is, and I apologize if I get your name wrong, David Pikniak, is that right?
Yeah, close enough. Yeah.
Fair enough. David comes to us. He's had experience with the Novi Fire Department as well as the City of Detroit Fire Department. David possesses a bachelor's degree in communications as well as holds an EMT license and meets all our requirements. And Daniel, I apologize again, Baxtondale?
Baxtondale, Chief.
Thank you. Daniel he just completed all his training, meets all our requirements, and currently has experience with Chesterfield Township Fire Department. Our process going forward, if the board authorizes these contingent offers to go out today, this gives us the ability to conduct a background investigation on all 3 candidates. Additionally, upon completion of a successful background investigation, David and Daniel would need a psychological evaluation as well as a department physical. Tommy has both of those completed already. And my expectation for this time period, we're probably looking 3 to 4 weeks for the background investigation. That gets us around 4th of July, a little after, with some scheduling, another 2 to 3 weeks. for the psychological evaluation and then work through the department physical to make sure they're fit for duty. That being said, board, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Chief, what would it mean to have the three additional officers in terms of meeting officer safety standards, the 2 in, 2 out, and increasing service levels?
So this is actually probably the most critical staffing increase we can make. We'd be going from 3 staff firefighters a day to 4. That meets our 2 in, 2 out requirement. That means that when we arrive on any emergency scene, we can immediately go to action without waiting for our neighbors to come. We have to have 4 firefighters on scene before we can enter a building that for firefighting activities. In terms of response to emergencies, today with 3 firefighters on duty, we can handle 1 basic EMS call. For example, we had back-to-back calls. We had a call on Scio Farms and then a call over on Eagle Boulevard while we're responding there. If we have 4 folks on duty, our primary EMS unit would take the first call, and then when a second call comes in, we'd actually be able to dispatch directly from our station the remaining 2 firefighters, rather than try to prioritize calls, wait on scenes, and figure out what we need to do. This actually caused us an issue a couple weeks ago. We had a building fire on Parker Road. Our crew, 3 firefighters on duty, were on the scene of a medical call with no ambulance, so they had to wait 20 minutes before they could leave for a fire call. Fortunately, Dexter was able to assist us. They weren't too busy at the time, and we arrived sometime after Dexter had the fire knocked down. In this case, had that same incident occurred with 4 on duty, our rescue would have been on scene of the medical call and would have gotten engine to the scene probably 6 or 7 minutes quicker. That definitely makes a difference there. And in terms of overall incident management, for us to really, any firefighting activity, we have a person assigned to the fire pump. He or she has to control the fire pump, has to manage water supply. We have 1 person in charge, and we have to have 2 people to manage a hose line. It's not practical or even physically possible to manage a hose line with 1 person. The hiring of these 3 additional folks and bringing them on board would allow us to put that hose line in service. Our incident commander could watch the scene, and as we get more staff on scene, he or she would be able to maintain control of the scene rather than have to turn it over to someone else.
My turn, I have questions.
Why don't we just go around?
So I worry that a couple things, 3 points that I have is, this is going to be a systemic or a structural commitment, correct? And we're gonna take this out of general fund or
For the next 2 years, we have funds budgeted from the fire fund.
fire fund? And will we be able to sustain it from the fire fund? Or does that depend what happens in November?
We're sustaining it from the fire fund on the 1.35 for this year and next year.
And what about the impact? I mean, I want there to be a successful millage in the fall. Do you think that this could have, the timing might impact the millage or no? I worry about that.
You know, if I could articulate everything I worried about, we'd probably be here another hour.
Okay, all right. And then the other thing is, there was a resident that brought to the attention of the board some information about one of the candidates. And is that information that will be, if we approve this, will be passed on to the party or the firm that vets or,
Background check.
the background check?
Yeah, so part of our background investigation, and I'll speak to my experience, extremely invasive. My adult children were called, my ex-wife were called, they showed up at my neighbor's home, they interviewed me in my home. They research court cases from every county I've lived in, anything related to me, including traffic infractions.
So then who makes the call, whatever they find, you know, like somebody had a
So-
day
so,
parking ticket versus somebody had
So
something far worse.
Yep, so the process would be, we submit, Pfeiffer's the company does the background investigations. And if any information we have, we'd give them. They would dig through, they do all the background investigation. I get the packet back typically as I'm the one that's requesting it. And, we meet with the manager and our HR director to review that and make sure that the candidate would meet our standards to move forward.
Because red flags were raised, no names, please. But I'm not gonna, but, ultimately, is that a board decision or it's you, Aurora and Joyce?
Probably depends on what the issue is.
Yeah, I would say depend on the issue. Yeah, I mean, it's not uncommon to see, I've seen background investigations where we're interviewing someone who's in their mid-20s who at 17 stole something from Meyer. And we've got a couple speeding tickets and things of that nature. You know, all that information would be available for our review, and based on the consensus of the manager, the HR director, myself, it may exclude a candidate. It may prompt this board, us to come to the board for a closed session to discuss it.
Is that email sent to the fire chief as well, or just the board? Joyce, do you know?
That I've received
I forwarded it,
yeah,
I forwarded it to the chief in Aurora.
Okay,
two emails related.
there's two, oh, okay, I only know about the one, but, but you said that one of the candidates has already had background checks.
No.
Oh,
No.
yeah,
Correct. One has had psychological evaluation I have on file, as well as being a department member. He's got a current physical.
oh, the physical, sorry.
Yep.
Okay.
So,
John, are you done? I'm sorry, I just want to make sure we're going.
I'm done, thank you.
All right, so trustee Rizzo.
two questions, Meg. I mean, if you wanted to hire these 3 firefighters or 2.5, we could have done that 3 months ago. I'm just trying to figure out why you're bringing it up now versus we didn't bring it up a month ago or 2 months ago. So what's the compelling event today? And then secondly, my understanding was we were waiting for some type of funding from a grant from unless I missed that.
Federal grant.
Right?
Federal grant.
Yeah, the federal grant. So where does that, I mean, I'm not,
No, I
the
got
only question, I'm just trying to understand, well, help me understand those, A, the compelling event, and B, is something changed? Because I thought we were waiting for the grant. Did something change that?
I can answer both those questions. The compelling event today is a timeline. It takes me a certain amount of time to get up through a background, through a psychological evaluation, through this, for an employee to give 2 weeks notice and then get a start date. So I picked the start date and worked backwards. So that's why you're seeing them today. I think I've got enough time to get it done now. With Captain Burke, with his retirement, I needed more time. We've been paying overtime since he's left to fill his position rather than an employee at straight time because we didn't have enough time. So that question is strictly timeline. We could have brought it to you then, but we felt it was appropriate to just deal with the one retirement and then deal with these in June, because that gave me enough time. And as to SAFER, yes, we do have a SAFER grant outstanding. I've reviewed the notice of funding opportunity, which is the giant federal document that is tough to read. And as long as we do not have someone on payroll that are still eligible for SAFER grant funding. My experience with SAFER grants here, we've applied for them, similar grants in the same, asking for the same ask for several years in a row and have been denied. And as I look into the how they prioritize who they give grants to, they look at several factors. One primarily is what percentage of time today do you meet national standards? And I have to answer between 0 and 10%. And if we add a 4th person, what percentage of time will you meet national standards? And what they're looking for is a big deviation between those two. And I still have to answer 0 to 10% because this does nothing for response time. Correct. There's not the impact. I would say based on what I know about the SAFER grant, if we had a second station, and I was asking for 12 people to hire that, to fill that second station, we would have a much better chance of getting those 12 people than getting 3 on a grant today.
Okay, the last question would be, there was a letter that was sent to the board from the firefighters, union that was kind of, against this move. So can you kind of give us your rationale versus their rationale?
I wouldn't want to speak for the firefighters union. Yes, I would want to speak for the firefighters union.
Could I ask a follow-up question? It's, Pete, could I ask you a question? Could you talk to us a little bit about what impact, if we were to hire these 3, what impact it might have on the overtime costs and additional shifts that our current non-unionized firefighters are obligated to take?
Yeah, it would greatly reduce that. So right now we're using part-time folks to fill our 4th position, which we have filled very infrequently. And we do supplement that with overtime from our full-time folks as well. So those folks would not be filling these on an overtime basis. They'd be paid at a straight time basis from the next 3 firefighters we have here. So I would expect overtime costs would go down and our costs for our part-time and paid on call folks would go down. But you would also see an increase in, normal salary for full-time employees.
Thank you.
I have some, well, okay, so on the November ballot, that's what we're shooting for. So remember after we had the public hearing, because we have to do that every year, but this was after the last special assessment ballot question had failed. And we had residents that were upset. And there was a few that pointed out that, well, chief, you have these things that you're purchasing, but you told us that there would be no improvements or anything like that. So the complaints from the amount of money that we were asking for. And then also, they were kind of felt burned, I guess, or misled. And there's a lot to all of that, and it's nothing intentional on anybody's part. But my biggest concern is the optics here. Go ahead and hire 3 before the election, the ballot question. Is that going to impact voters negatively? Because, oh, wait, you said we don't have any money, but now you're hiring these people, you bought an engine. So I'm concerned about that. And also, okay, the other thing is you said that we have 2 years of fire funds right now, if to cover
At least 2.
at least 2 fire funds, not general fund or anything else, fire funds.
The township has adopted a 2-year budget, which includes these positions for the second half of year 1 and all of year 2.
Okay, and the fire will cover that?
Yes.
At the 1.35?
Yes.
Okay. So we would not be dipping into the general fund unless in 2 years that we don't have
So
funding.
I can't tell you that. We could go on a call in 30 minutes and our engine could get broadsided and we're out $1 million replacing an engine and we don't have money to buy $1 million engine. So I can't tell you that. What I can tell you is that these positions have been budgeted for the next 18 months.
So if the next proposal fails or passes, we would still be able to with the funds that we have.
That's a finance question. I can answer a fire chief question.
What you said, you would have looked at 2-year budget, so that's all any of us have.
Yeah, it's what we adopted, Jillian,
It's just
based on the best information we have, so.
Yeah, I think that's it for my questions for right now.
Does he know?
My questions have been answered, basically, so I'm prepared to support this.
Thank you.
Township Manager Parker, I have a question. I understood we were gonna get some information from PM Gap. Did we get that information?
No, we did not.
Oh,
Yeah, we did not receive it.
okay. Because it goes to this question of, what is the long-term impact of this and that, and in a sense, that's my biggest concern is that this is a commitment, and at least as far as we can see, we can pay for this out of, is it Fund 206, the fire fund, which is where it should appropriately be paid from. But I think what we were hoping for is more information from PM-GAP about the long term.
Yeah, but you know, and part of the numbers that we were discussing has been brought up tonight, for example, you know, with adding the 3 positions. First of all, it is in the budget for the next 2 years, so we know that we can fund it unless something really catastrophic takes place. That might be another issue. But then moving forward, you know, you have growth with the township that has to be factored in. The additional expenses like for overtime, for on-call, all of those things would no longer be at the same level if you had the 3 positions. So I think to a great extent, we should be able to stabilize with the 3 positions. That's just my assessment. I was asking PM-GAP to do a forecast over 10 years.
And but Chief, and I know not to hold you to numbers because we can't know, and I know there's some contractual obligations, but it sounds like we can be pretty well assured that the overtime costs, normal overtime costs, extra shifts, paid on call, we would see that go down.
Yes.
With the increase of these 3.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, for any operation, is a more efficient operation to be able to rely on full-time instead of OT. So I support that.
Well, it is very persuasive that the hiring for these 3 positions will address this long-standing issue of having an adequate number of firefighters to both cover going into the structure and being outside the structure. Are there, if there aren't further comments, is someone prepared to make a motion?
I am.
All right, Trustee Ryder.
What's your motion?
I move to extend conditional offers of employment to David Peaknick and Daniel Baxendale for full-time firefighter, and to promote Thomas Begries from paid on-call firefighter to full-time firefighter with an estimated start date of August 24, 2024, subject to a background check and review by Scio Township Fire Chief, Township Manager, and HR Specialist.
Could you modify that just slightly? We noticed a problem with the motion.
And I think that's implied in the
I'm
conditional
adding
offer.
it to my motion.
I know.
Okay, one more
It's
time, I'll
it's
write
the
it down.
word promote. I think it should actually say hire.
And to hire. And to hire, so it's the model motion with striking the word promote and putting instead hire, and then adding at the end a comma after 2024, subject to a background check and review by the Scio Township Fire Chief, Township Manager, and HR. I don't want to get her title wrong. Is it generalist? I said specialist because she's special to everybody. So HR generalist.
Yeah,
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll support.
So moved by Riser, support by Flintoff. Is there further discussion?
I'm really concerned about the fire, the November. That's my biggest, and plus I want the the 3 here. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna mess up your name here, but yeah, I really wanted to see their background and the one email that I received that was very concerning, but I have a compromise, maybe, I don't know, just a friendly amendment maybe, is to push this to hire after the ballot question, so we know what, if we still have the money, but I just want to make sure that we're just not the optics for the voters. I really want the fire department to be funded, and I want us to keep our word, I guess, based on what the feedback from those residents at the presentation was. That's my biggest concern. Yeah,
I hear you on, but I gotta say, there's the reality of the dollars is that we have the dollars to fund these positions. I don't want these wonderful people and Tommy online to be sitting here thinking that we're extending offers that we don't have the resources to support, because we do. And I think that also what voters communicated when they voted no is use your existing resources more wisely. And I think that, you know, the chief, Joyce, everybody's been stretching as far as possible. We've got developer contributions for that truck. You know, some of those extra things we were able to do were because of these other contributions. 2 years of 5% increases in assessments increased our revenue to stretch enough to make it possible to hire these three. So it's, I think it's not counter. It's just that we're finding.
When the original came in front of me and I pointed out that this is all the residents are gonna see is a 4.50, and everybody, you know, not everybody, some people said, oh, no, it's gonna be fine. But I'm just going by my gut and human nature. And I do know that chief is looking for money wherever he can.
Yeah.
I just wrote a letter to Lansing. I mean, and I've encouraged residents to do the same. I'm very much in support, as everybody knows, of the fire department. And I voiced and supported for a long time. But this is my biggest concern, is that, you know, I want voters to be just as passionate with our fire department and supportive, but also in a way that it looks like, well, not looks like, that we are being responsible. Okay, that's
Yeah,
good.
I
Are there further-
feel like.
Okay, are there further questions or comments before we call the roll? Please call the roll.
Rizzo,
Yes.
Harry,
Yeah, that's fine.
Noel,
Yes or no?
I'm sorry, Noel?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't hear. Riser,
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you both.
Brings us to item K4. This is approval of a conditional offer of employment to Raymond Hawkins for utilities field technician. An item prepared by Utilities Director Brandon McNeil. So Brandon, you have the floor.
So I'll just give a quick background of Raymond. Raymond has extensive experience in water and sewer, particularly more in the sewer field. For quite some time, he worked with Advanced Underground, which included experience actually in our own sewer collection system. So he has pretty good knowledge of our system already as far as the sewer goes. He also did 6 years with the city of Dearborn in he did a couple of years in the water field, and then the rest of it was in the sewer system again. So he also has been cross-trained in water, which is definitely ideal for our system here, since how that's the only two we take care of. So based off of experience and the fact that he does have an S3 license, which shows that he took time to extend his knowledge, material wise, book wise, shows his further commitment to this field. And based on those factors, me and Aurora and Joyce have collectively agreed that this would be the ideal candidate for us moving forward. And on that information, do you have anything else you want to add, Aurora?
I don't. Very impressed with his experience, so.
Yeah.
Questions or comments?
Well, I just want to say again, impressive experience, Raymond. I want to thank Aurora and Joyce and Brandon for doing such a good job. Recruiting, interviewing. I feel really, really confident about our hiring process. So thank you, Aurora. And the recommendation here. And I also want to just confirm, we will finally have a fully staffed utility department.
Correct.
All right. So 4 utility techs, a field supervisor and a director.
Correct.
One.
So the model motion is to approve a conditional offer of employment to Raymond Hawkins for $60,320 a year to serve as utilities field technician for Scio Township, subject to satisfactory background and reference checks and drug tests.
So moved.
Moved by Riser. Support by Noel. Please call the roll.
Brzo?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Motion adopted 7-0.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome, Raymond.
That brings us to item, brings us to item K5. This is a consideration of a request from GFL to approve a letter of assignment of the agreement between Scio Township and GFL for residential collection services to Priority Waste LLC. And we have with us this evening a representative from GFL, Sam Carmagno, and Paul Ruthenberg. Perfect. From Priority. And this is a item prepared by Joyce Parker. So Township Manager Parker, I will turn to you.
Okay, basically, feel free to have a seat.
Handouts?
Yep. Oh, you can sit down.
Handouts?
Sure. Yes.
She received one.
We have.
I'm enjoying standing.
We had an opportunity to meet with GFL last week regarding their request for the assignment. I think to a great extent, they were able to answer all or most of our questions. We also received a recommendation and an opinion from our attorney, and we both concur that we should take a look at moving in this direction. And so I think at this point, I'll turn it over to Sam and you can start, and also with priorities.
Well, good evening, board. Sam Carmagno with GFL through the end of today. And then my employment will terminate and I'll be working for Priority Waste effective tomorrow. GFL made a corporate decision to sell all their municipal hauling work in Metro Detroit, basically south of Flint through Metro Detroit, and get out of the residential hauling business. They made a decision to sell that to Priority Waste. That will become effective July 1st, in just a couple of 2.5 weeks here. Basically, the drivers and many of the employees and the equipment will go and transfer to Priority Waste on July 1st. In the meantime, in the interim, a lot of routing information is being shared, a lot of equipment information is being shared, a lot of interviews are happening and taking place, contracts are being reviewed, and we're attending city council and board meetings between now and then. It's a quick window, it's a small window, but things like this happen quickly, and then we're put here in front of folks like you to get an assignment done. So we're here to answer any questions you got. Paul is with me tonight. He's been with Priority Waste for a number of years now. Both of us have 40+ years of residential and industry experience, so we can answer any questions you've got.
Question. So how do you rate yourself, or how does your industry rate itself with respect to missed pickups? Because one of the things that we've had with GFL is that there are missed pickups, and then it's hard to get into the customer service and the response. So there has been dissatisfaction with our current carrier. And not only the work itself, but the customer service and the follow-up. So what's your record and what?
Our record normally is we experience about 6 or 7 missed pickups per 1,000 homes. There have been occasions, and I'd be quick to admit there have been occasions when we've fallen behind through a variety of reasons. Now, we know when we started this job, it was during the COVID time. We got better after that, and more recently, we've had equipment problems where we've had trouble keeping up, and we're working 5 and 6 and 7 days a week to try to recover. It's unfortunate that we have to do that, but that is what we're doing. Our call center, our customer service center, that'll essentially be abandoned after July 1st. They'll no longer need a call center at GFL Priority Waste. As you look at their their flyer here, they've got quite an elaborate, I'll say we have quite an elaborate truck tracking and call center where your residents will be dispatched to a specific person for your community that will address and be able to look at cameras on the trucks and look and see what was missed, if it was missed, when it was missed, and be able to dispatch trucks back to recover.
Yeah, to follow up on that, Sam, the brochure that I did hand out. If we just go through this very quickly, I think I can also address a couple of your questions on that. Yes, we've got welcome and we've got that we do other things, okay? I'm just trying to run you through the quick course. Yep. Now, the meet the team, I know all these people and they are very good people. We're going into the goals now. Now, here's the thing that I should say with my 40 years of experience in this business. Whenever there's contractual change or you bid on a job, you come in and say, gee, we do better. We'll be better, you know, with very little else to say other than we'll be better. The thing I loved about Priority Waste and the reason I joined them was because the key word of innovate. We're different. What we do is we use technology to our advantage. Each one of our pieces of equipment have 4 to 6 cameras on that truck facing outward. So misstep, we can quickly look at those cameras and see if that can was up. Okay. Now, as far as a missed street goes.
Yeah, that's, we get missed neighborhoods.
That's where I'm going. If we go through this a little bit further, we're going to start seeing the new technologies. These are a picture of the cameras on the trucks. Most importantly, live routing, GPS software. Now, the point about the GPS software is that's great if somebody's actually watching it. Okay? But that's what we've managed to do at Priority Waste. What we have, if we get to this page right here, okay? This is where the meat of the conversation should be.
The LDC program in the pit.
Yes, the LDC program. Now, if you look at this picture, you're going to see a huge video board in the background.
Dispatch center.
Dispatch is done in each yard in the morning by our territory managers, but these are lead driver coordinators. What we do is Scio would have their own lead driver coordinator in this center, watching cameras on all the equipment, watching the GPS to make sure that there's nothing missed. Now, these are one-arm trucks, so you're gonna go up one side and down the other, so you're looking for 2 sets of cookies per street. Okay? And this is what they do, but to answer your question, average hold time, 15 seconds. Average call time, 1 minute, 17 seconds. Okay, the key to getting these numbers down is to get less complaints. Okay, but at the same time, this is a very competitive group. These are fantastic people that are literally wired in. They're talking to the drivers on their tablets, through their tablets all day, every day. So I'm old school. I really am. Been around for 40 years. When I came with Priority in 2021, I was like, okay, prove it. And they did. And I, for one, am excited and impressed with what we're able to do. I should also point out, we are nowhere in our 43 communities currently are we behind anywhere. We'll be happy to supply the board with any type of recommendations, anything that you need as far as references.
I was wondering if you.
I had some questions too.
Okay.
Well, maybe start on this side and go around this way.
Sure. Why don't you go first, Trustee?
Thank you. What are some local communities that you serve? And I have several other questions after that.
Local communities, Pittsfield Township. Plymouth, the city of Plymouth. Wayne, the city of Wayne, the city of Westland. The city of Dearborn Heights, city of Taylor. These are local to you, Sumter Township. And then we go all the way up to the thumb in Saginaw Valley and down to Indianapolis.
That's good. How long have you been in business?
Priority Waste has been in business since 2018. When I joined them in 2021, we had 4 communities. We now have 43.
You said that Scio will have their own lead.
Lead driver coordinator.
Will we be able to reach that person if there's a problem during the day?
Certainly.
You'll be, Kev, you'll be able to reach that person directly. Who will be on the phone or tablet with the driver. They're based out of Clinton Township. You'll be able to reach that person directly. That'll be the LDC for Scio Township.
I know one of the problems we've had is 5 o'clock will come or 6 p.m. will come and there will have not been a pickup. And then people might call GFL, but there's no customer service. So how do you handle a late or non-pickup?
The LDCs will answer those phones until the trucks have completed inside. They will be in the technology area where they're looking at those screens until all trucks in Scio have completed their day's route.
And how late might that be?
Well, hopefully it's by 6 o'clock. You know, that's.
They stayed there?
Oh, they stay, yes, yes. But in all honesty, the other thing I'd like to go into very quickly is we're starting to talk about a customizable portal. We've heard a lot about technology tonight, haven't we? This is a portal that will be done up for Scio Township. Now, there's 2 basically levels. There's a level for your residents, but then there's also a level for the administration where they can go in and they can look at specifics as far as call amounts, complaints, type of complaints and whatnot. That is specific to your township.
What kind of ongoing, I'm sorry, you want to jump?
Yeah, so will we continue to use the same bins?
Yes.
Yes. And that's a great question. Your contract is exactly what we're proposing to take over. Okay, so it's exactly your contract.
So in theory, you're saying nothing will change.
Nothing will change in the way of collection. You'll still have your trash, your yard waste and your recycle collection, much the same as you have now. You'll still use the same containers. Disposal of your 3 commodities will probably be the exact same places that it goes now.
I know now people will leave out large items and they expect those to be picked up. Is that?
That will continue.
That will continue?
Yes.
Bulk items, yes.
So all the details of the contract.
Essentially the same. There'll be more technology infused here with the priority way of doing things, but it certainly can only help.
And it does help.
Yep.
It helps immensely. So to your question, what will change? If they call, the time that they have to be on the telephone. Okay? Missed streets should not happen because we have a lead driver coordinator watching them. Okay? I'm out here, Sam's out here, for the municipal representation, representatives for, excuse me, it's a little late. Representatives for priority waste. I cannot tell you how excited I am that this man's sitting on the right side of me and has joined us because I've known Sam for a long time. He is a class act. He's a wonderful human being. So it's my pleasure as well.
No, you have further questions?
Thank you.
Carrie?
So what I thought I heard you said is that with complaints, we would actually be able to go in and see, so we don't have to call and ask for reports that we haven't received.
No, you'll be able to go into your own portal online and pull up your information, the Scio. We will also have on our website, there is a residential area there for them to click on Scio and it'll take them right into your specific rules, regulations and whatnot.
Okay, and the other thing is, well, the reason that was given to residents back in the day to go to a single hauler was to save the roads. Well, okay, the GFL, we have Thursday pickup and they miss a lot. They come up and down. I counted on GFL 6 times in one day. And then they came back the next day to pick up the recycling. And I'm like, I guess that's not really saving the roads because when we had 2 or 3 haulers, that was just as many. And actually advanced disposal came down once and left. So I want to make sure that what you're saying, up one side, down the other, and that's all we're gonna see them.
Yes. Now you're going to see a trash truck, you're going to see a
yeah,
compost truck,
right.
you're going to see a.
Not like 3 days in a
Yes.
row coming up and down the road.
The reason the trucks are delayed, equipment problems and so on and so forth regarding that, that's why they come down multiple days, or if there's missed pickups. So them are some of the reasons why the GFL trucks were coming back multiple days.
Well, it happened over the past few years. It wasn't just a one-time incident.
No, I'm not saying it was. I'm not suggesting it was.
Time for that to end.
Will the trash and recycling be picked up by separate trucks?
Yes.
Absolutely.
That doesn't always happen, right?
Question about the. Wait a second. Okay, I'm trying to go around.
No, thank you.
Trustee Carey, you're finished. Treasurer Paul.
No, I don't have any questions because I've always had excellent service. I inherited you over 2 previous haulers, so. You even picked up a range one morning. My husband was, do you know what they did?
Thank you.
I have a specific question that was raised today by a couple of residents. And I add that myself, and that is the bill just came from GFL for the next quarter. And the question was, should people go ahead and pay that bill or should they wait for some bill from Priority? I assumed that we should go ahead and pay it because we haven't turned over yet. And that part of what would be turned over would be that payment to Priority for that next quarter. Is that correct?
Yeah, please pay the funds. The money will go through accounting to get to priority waste. Yes.
They'll figure that out.
Okay, great. So that's one message we can send out to all of the people in Scio Township who are now receiving their bill for the next quarter. And I think you addressed in a way another question I had about reporting. I know this is something that we've been working with GFL on to sort of get more of a regular kind of feedback about levels of complaints. And one of the things that we've worked with GFL on over the course of the past 3+ years is to kind of systematize the collection of complaint data so that we can track and see where there are patterns of problems. And so it sounds like from what you're saying that there's this customizable portal is where that data would be gathered by Priority.
Yes.
And it would be accessible not only to the township, but to anyone who in the township who was interested.
That data, the portal for the township itself would be for only the administrative functions of the township. Okay, there would be another portal, website for residents to call in and report any issue that they have, broken can, whatever. And that's where we're very proud that they're not on the phone for, more than a couple minutes.
But if we chose the township, we could make the aggregated data available to people, because I think there would be interest among.
That's a great question for our IT. And I'd like to follow that up with the one other thing is that we would like to invite anybody that's interested to come out to our corporate office in Clinton Township and actually see this technology being working at the time. I think that it's well worth the 1 hour and 15-minute trip. I came from Clinton Township before I came here. So
I would love to set something up with anybody that's interested to come out, visit. It's
Where do you
really,
do your recycling?
the recycling goes to many different places. We do some recycling at the Raysock facility in 8 Mile and Greenfield. We do Hamtramck recycling. We do GFL in New Boston recycling.
Your current material goes to New Boston.
Yes. That would
With the trucks and likely gonna go, there going forward still.
Yeah.
And where, the landfill?
Landfill currently is, Arbor Hills in Salem Township.
That will probably.
That may or may not change.
Yeah.
Likely a couple of choices there. You've got, there's three sites on this side of town. You've got, Sauk Trail, you've got Waste Management Site, with the Meadows and Arbor Hills. So one of those 3 sites,
Are your trucks, diesel or natural gas?
diesel.
They're diesel.
One further question, one of the things that GFL had sort of partnered with Scio Township on a couple of times was to put out information to the residents about recycling, and we actually put together I think a very well received sort of special newsletter that was co-funded by the township and GFL. Is that something that Priority would continue, that kind of program?
I think that any chance we get to communicate with the residents, we're going to take. Whether or not it be a mailer, whether or not it be your local newspapers, your local.
Do we have any?
Well, whether or not we just get megaphones and go down the street, but you can never over communicate to residents. Okay, because we all seen studies of what saturation points are when we do mailers and what have you. So you have to really look at it as a pronged attack from any different avenue that particular resident may be interested in seeing. But so to answer your question, yes.
So, yes, go ahead.
One quick thing. One of your first communications may be sending either something to our website or something which that won't come out timely enough, but to our newsletter.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for that input, because that's what we need to do.
Introducing yourself.
Introducing, there's a lot of communication that goes through, but especially with this technology that we use with the LDCs, they're calling residents back. Okay, they're calling and saying, hey, I just found out this, here you go. So the experience by the resident, our customers, is, in my opinion, superior to what I've seen in 40 years.
Yeah, we'll need to certainly get you some information out in a variety of forms, including the phone numbers to call, including the website to check in with Priority Waste for any missed pickups or any questions you've got. We'll have to get you that information. It's a great question.
Yes.
So there'll continue to be a dedicated phone number for Scio Township then?
There'll be a dedicated phone number for the LDC. So if they miss Kathy's trash, she'll be able to call the number, get turned on to the LDC. We'll check the cameras, say, yes, you missed this trash, and dispatch your truck back to pick it up.
The experience is resident calls, customer calls, live person answers phone on the second or third ring.
Wow.
Okay. You say, I'm from Scio, hold please, you're immediately moved over to another live person, all of which reside in this country.
We can understand that. We
Still going around.
Clintoff, it's your turn.
So how are you gonna manage all of this growth? You have 43 communities. How many more will you have when this is done?
Well, they're gonna take all the GFL communities in and around Metro Detroit, another 74 communities.
So how are you gonna scale up the customer service?
Well, that's exactly what's going on as we speak, 24/7. Now, this, and I am not privy to the exact deal that was done between GFL and Priority Waste in any way. Okay, but I do know that this hasn't been being worked on for a couple of weeks.
It's been an ongoing process. The cameras are being installed in many of the trucks already. Will they be installed by July first? No, absolutely not. Will the call center be 100% in place by July first? No, but we'll still have representation and route managers handling this. It's the township until everything's rolled. And it's probably gonna be 30 days.
It's
not
going
3
to be,
months.
yeah, to be, great question though, but to be honest with you, whenever anybody's had a change of a hauler, there's been a 30 to 90 day settling in period.
Sure.
Okay, I don't know how long the settling in period will be. We're going to try to be making, we want that to be as little time as humanly possible, but there is a heck of a team at Priority working on this transition. Which is, I would have to say, literally, pretty much all of us. We're working on this transition. Operations is absolutely amazing what they're doing right now.
And so, next, in 25, we'll be at the end of our first 5-year contract. What do you anticipate that looking like when you come back to the board and we start having that conversation? What types of things would you want to be?
Well, I would anticipate everybody on the board say, where do we sign for the next 5 years?
When is that due? The 5 year?
25, I think.
November 2025.
Contract started in November of 2020, so yeah.
Yeah.
So as Paul just said, we'll be well comfortable in the new system by then. And yeah, I think you'll like what you see. I know will like the reports. You'll like the follow-ups from our customer service LDC folks. I think you'll like what you see.
Okay, thank you.
Will you be using the same trucks?
We will start with the same trucks. So the trucks that you'll see on June 30th will be the same trucks that'll be in here on July 1st. But Priority Waste has just bought 135 new trucks that they put in place in some of their newer communities they've got. They're gonna take the best of what's left from GFL, get rid of the junk, and upgrade the fleet.
Let's see what's up.
So two things. I'm gonna kind of rain on everybody's parade here a little bit. So.
I didn't realize we were having a parade. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
whatever this meet is, but I just want to kind of stick to the data points. So two things. One good point you made about the trucks going up and down the road multiple times. We move all of our trash cans to one side of the road. Everybody agreed to the right side of the road. So just kind of help, on that, just a sidebar. But really, this discussion is supposed to be germane to the approval of the assignment of the agreement between Scio Township and this new contract, right? So you're looking for assignability. I actually know quite a bit about that. That's very standard language. I've engaged in it multiple times. To be blunt with the board, there's very little we can do to stop this assignment. So I want to make that just clear to all of us.
We know.
We know.
Okay. The
But
only way,
no, not a parade.
yeah, the only thing you can really do an assignment is say that they were going to like something that would be to the detriment of us. So like they're going to a competitor or something like that, but it sounds like they have a competitor, so to speak. That's what that language is for. Now, you could say that, hey, GFL did this terrible job and they need to, bring up their game on the other things, but those are covered in other parts of the contract. That does not have anything to do with the assignment, the contract assignment.
But our ordinance does say that we can go into contract with another company as well as.
Oh, you could probably do multiple contracting for sure. I'm just saying that if I'm just looking at discussion only, request to approve the letter of assignment. I'm just going back to the agenda item itself. The agenda item we didn't really talk about, and I'm trying to get us back to that. And the letter of assignment, we have to, as far as I can tell, I don't see a way for us not to grant them that letter of assignment. Whether we like them or dislike them, they're wonderful, not wonderful. That's here nor there in terms of the legal language that's in front of us. Let me say it that way. I'm hoping that everything you said is true. Show me the money, I think is what everybody's gonna say, right? Let's see it all work, right? That sounds great. Let's see it. But the item in front of us, I just want to pull the board back. The item in front of us is about the letter of assignment.
We were also gonna get general information tonight too.
Okay,
Right, and
that could be, I'm just reading what I read here.
And I think part of it is these questions are driven by communications that we receive from residents who have concerns.
Yeah.
All well and good. I'm not saying that any of this conversation wasn't positive relevant. I just want to make sure we're pulling us back to the original discussion item, which is the assigning.
A motion?
well,
Well, it's just discussion only.
Well, it doesn't have
That
to.
doesn't prohibit you.
yeah,
I would make the motion to approve the letter of assignment.
that's the question I was gonna get at is, I was gonna ask Joyce and Mariah if this is something we should do tonight, or we should get information out to residents to look at and do it at the next meeting. Is time of the essence on this? Is this something we should do tonight, or?
Can you give to the residents? Because we don't really have a choice.
What's that?
Whoever created this contract kind of locked us in.
At the time that, the agenda item went out, we didn't have all of the information. And was
Right.
not certain if anyone would be in attendance at the meeting. So that is the reason why I stated for discussion only, but since that time, we've received a notification, our attorney has provided a recommendation as well as myself. So I think that the board could take action tonight or at your next meeting.
So we have a motion by Brazeau. Is there a second?
Yes,
What was the motion? My apologies.
To
sign the letter.
sign the, to authorize the signature on the letter approving or assignment of the.
Mariah, do you want to help us out with that motion for a minute?
I think that's fine. So, move to, authorize the supervisor and the clerk to sign the letter of
June
assignment.
4th. Okay,
That's what Mark said.
sign the June 4th.
So moved by
Letter.
Brazeau, support by Palmer.
Yeah, what are they calling it?
Isn't it the?
Yeah, this says a countersigned copy of this letter.
letter,
I would
so-
just say, yeah, letter of assignment.
They're
Okay.
calling it an agreement. The agreement transfer,
No,
no?
no, this is of the terms that they have. I don't think so. Well,
Oh, okay.
this is not, they reference a lot of documents that aren't here.
Oh, I
So
see.
this is a letter of assignment.
Okay.
Letter approving assignment.
Letter approving assignment.
Yeah, letter
Okay.
approving.
All right, so we have a motion by Brazeau, seconded by Palmer. If there's not further discussion, let's call the roll.
Why do you speech one?
I should say one more comment. A benefit of doing it tonight is it gives us a chance to start getting some definitive information out to residents, because that's what we need to do.
I think, yes, more of that, the better. Yes.
Okay,
It was already stated.
let's do a roll call.
Yes, let's do a roll call.
Brazeau,
Yes.
Harry,
Yeah.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Motion adopted, 7-0. Thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you for being patient. We had a full agenda.
McDonald's still open?
Definitely not.
Probably not. Have a wonderful night, folks. Stay safe.
Drive safe.
Oh, yes. Good night.
Good night.
So that brings
Good night.
us to public comment. This is a time for members of the public to speak for up to 3 minutes on any matter under the purview of the Board of Trustees. Trustee Brazeau, will you serve again as our trustee timekeeper? Trustee. And we have someone ready to speak.
My name is Renee Klubeck, 4984 Hobbiton Lane. I came for 4.5 hours to comment on GFL and the current situation. I appreciate it's late. I did not comment earlier because of the combative atmosphere that was here at the beginning of the meeting, which was disappointing. Recently, 6 weeks ago, we had our second severe property damage by GFL. I understand we're no longer having a contract with them, but I think it's important the board hear what happened in trying to understand a contract that's put together by the board that is then paid for by the individual, and the communication breaks down terribly. I have no idea about the current company that's coming in, but I think it's time the board know. After property damage, we made contact with the company because we're very assertive with it. We had no luck, nothing. We came in, luckily trustee Flintoff heard my comment to the front desk. She referred me to Sean. I want to compliment him for the ordinance violation that was filed, and he was the person who got it done. At that point, we are not a current customer of theirs. They sent us a bill for service. It was not done until 2 days ago. I would like to say that we've had consistent, I understand the trucks were decided, contracts were done for roads. We live on a private gravel road. Those size trucks do nothing but damage on a consistent basis, and I think you all should know it. Number two, we all agreed on the lane that we did not need compost trucks. They all came. This continued on to be negative. We've had nothing but problems with having a company hired by the township, and yet we as individuals do not have communication. We just spent 2 days, 18 minutes on each call on hold, trying to communicate with a company that really doesn't have to do anything for us because the contract is already in place, which was proven tonight by the fact that you had no options. So all I'm saying is, please consider that moving forward. We're not gonna be as quiet, and we can't continue this way. Our private road is torn up. We only have 9 of us. We have to have it taken care of all the time because of damage that's done in many ways. So forgive me for being passionate, but I wanted to at least share that. Second positive thing I'd like to say is I'm trying to learn more about the township. I went to learn more about, those of you on the board, I went to the Roads Advisory Committee. Oh gosh, it was, there was a ton of cooperation and information went on in that meeting. It was led well. I learned that they investigated and advised, and it was education for myself. So I am encouraging people in the township. There's a huge group of people that run this township. We as residents need to start looking at other areas than just this meeting, and I did it. Thank you.
Renee, thank you very much.
Nice meeting you.
Anyone else present who would like to speak during public comment?
I have 2 things about the meeting for tonight. The first one is about the sewer discharge. I really appreciated him, Brandon, addressing it tonight, but extremely disappointed in that we saw headlines on the news, TV news, and we don't even have a local TV station. I saw it on multiple newspapers and nothing on our website. So care about our environment and maybe even be running on such a platform or wanting to respect the environment. So somehow we've got to improve our communication and walk the talk. So use our website to get that kind of information out would be my recommendation. The second one is the Drive VIQ. I was surprised to hear that only 1 responder, because there are a lot of companies out there. I don't know who wrote the RFP, so it might be that who wrote the RFP might have written it in a manner to limit responses. I'm not sure, but that can be one thing that happens and has happened in my world. The other is, how was it distributed? Did it go in a newspaper, or did it just get sent to some companies that might have been identified? But you want to identify companies and get it to them so that they're aware of the opportunity, because any expenditure that runs in the $200,000 range needs to be vetted. The companies need to be vetted, and more than one to be considered. And so think about the RFP and how many are responding, and take it through kind of a tighter process, because that's a lot of money to go out, and possibly every year, it looks like. So thank you.
Thank you, Judy.
Before you start that clock, got a question. Manager Palmer, I called you yesterday and we spoke about the letter. Did anyone else call today about the letter?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, now you can start. Why am I the only person of everyone that spoke here today who called the township to find out what was going on?
Probably what letter?
The grammatical letter.
Oh, the grammatical.
Why didn't Mr. Grammatical call when he got the email about the request for data? why is it that no one involved in this political hack job called to find out what the information was? They took Mr. Grammatico's word for it and they ran with it. And Mr. Grammatico took somebody's word for it and ran with it. He didn't bother to find out why is that. I'll finish my opening comments. Both Manager Parker and Assessor Garrett explained that properties are always under assessed in Scio Township because the sales ratio studies that Assessor Garrett uses for assessment are always a year behind the current market. Assessor Garrett made the board and residents aware a few months ago at a Board of Trustees meeting that all of Scio properties were under assessed for years, and that was why the most recent tax notices were maximized at 5% to catch up with where we should be. The year-long lag explanation doesn't answer what the under assessed properties are doing in the system. That is what Trustee Carey was trying to find out. Employee in the assessing office sharing this information with her. Was there something that needed to be brought to the attention of the state, or was there nothing to it? That's what she was investigating. Unfortunately, that attempt was stonewalled, and now we have that request weaponized by Supervisor Hathaway and probably Jack Knowles to politically sabotage a candidate for supervisor. I appreciate Trustee Carey fulfilling her duty as a representative and investigating an issue when she was made aware of it. I look forward to the report from the state investigators and what it reveals. I have always found Trustee Carey to be a person of honor and integrity, and she has proven herself to be an advocate for residents. I imagine that is what scares the corrupt good old boys network that has run Scio for decades. She represents everything they try to suffocate. Supervisor Hathaway, you have just a few months left in your term and leading Scio Township. For the next few months, can we please stop the political dirty tricks and scams? Sheriff Gate and now this letter make Scio look like it's run by incompetent political hacks. We need better and more honest representation from your office. Is this a legacy you want to leave behind? Not done. Fire chief was made to wait 3 hours and 26 minutes before you allowed him to do a 20-minute presentation. It's not going to happen with this board. None of you have stepped forward to take responsibility for making that happen. I'm not done.
Well, it's 3 minutes late. We gotta respect everybody. We gave everybody 3 minutes.
I've sat here for 4.5 hours. You can give me a few more minutes.
Rob,
Fire
that's
chief,
not how it works. It's 3 minutes.
Mark Perry should be involved with your group with the fire SAD. Mark Perry is a very
There are other ways to communicate suggestions, Rob, besides exceeding the 3 minutes.
You let a gentleman speak and interrupt your meeting, and he spoke, and
Are
you
there
reacted
others?
with your head.
Kathleen, are there others who would like to
I would,
speak during
I
public
would,
comment?
I would
You
move,
do not?
I would move to give Rob 1 minute to finish what he was gonna say.
And I would support that too.
Thank you.
Well, you did do it for John Boyle, so I guess we can do it for Rob. Go ahead.
John Boyle had 11 minutes.
I move to give Rob Pattinson
Rob 1 minute.
11 minutes.
Let's give Rob 1 minute. That's fine.
Mark Perry should be involved with that fire SAD group that you have. He is an actuary and a very capable person on the finance aspect of this. The agenda disappeared again tonight when the meeting started. That was a bug a little while ago. It happened again tonight. I appreciate Trustee Knoll, Trustee Riser, and Supervisor Hathaway wanting more time to understand how the rate increase will impact the people involved. 2,711 meters and only 2 represent Scio Farms, which is over 900 homes, represent 9,000 to 11,000 people. This is a massive decision. You took the rip the Band-Aid off approach to the rip the Band-Aid off proposal. This is my first in-person spot in several years. There are times when you are all very hard to hear. These chairs are crippling and brutal, I will tell you. And hats off to those residents who attend meetings all the time. These chairs are crippling and brutal. And Pam, I timed Pam as well. And when you started the timer, you started when she was called, not when she began speaking. So you did shorter several seconds. Thank you for the extra time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Rob. It's good to see you in person.
Is there anyone else present who would like to speak during public comment?
Sure. This time, Kathleen Brandt, at this time of night, these are the people that really care. And so to cut them off is really not cool. I'm just gonna tag on to what Rob said. I'm concerned about weaponizing information about candidates. I'm concerned that's gonna happen to me. I've been pretty upfront about some of the violations at the fruiting farm. And I'm concerned that that's gonna be weaponized against me in some campaigns. We know there's money out there. There's a political group that filed. They can spend 10 times the amount of an individual. An individual can spend $1,225. The way they've formed their group, they can spend 10 times that. I think some of us candidates are very concerned that we're gonna be the next victim of politicalization. And I hate to say it, but the township is fostering that. The township is absolutely fostering that. And that doesn't make for a fair election. Some of the folks that spoke tonight are gonna weaponize, and they did it in their presentations tonight. It's just, it's not the way, it's not democratic. Let's just let people decide to vote on the best people. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Is there anyone else?
Yeah. I didn't plan on stating all that stuff about corruption earlier, but it was kind of true. Actually, I wanted to thank Donna because she's been here a very long time. And maybe not everybody agrees with everything that everybody votes on, but she's put in a lot of effort and I've appreciated it over the many years that I have known you. And I think it was a month ago at a bot meeting. Unfortunately, I listened to too many of these meetings. You said something about the DDA and also Clerk Flintoff about the $500,000 for this portion of Jackson Road that really doesn't need to be done. And the road commission couldn't put a light in on Z. We got people going down there 60 miles an hour. So I had to go home, let the dogs out. I got people driving down there without any taillights. I mean, every day we hear the sirens. I live closer to the freeway. I didn't live on Park Road. I had a good attorney that I could have done whatever. But when I care about things, like I worked for Gelman on 8 years, and by the way, where they want to put that, and I feel for the church, but that area, and it's July 20th, and you guys are all in your ecosystem. You think everybody's tuning into all this stuff? No. Just like 10% of the people will probably show up and vote on August 6th. Which is unfortunate, but I hope it's a little more than that. But I like the modernization where everything is going to be right out there for people to get that information, or at least be able to come in and not have to have certain people denying us a FOIA and redacting everything. But the Gelman pumping down, there's a bunch of aquifers that as it goes down to the river, it loses, so it's siphoning off. Some people have wells down there. You know, I'm on the city water. I've lived on a sailboat. I live by myself. We haven't taken care of our utilities. But that is going to be an issue if they're going to start pumping down Honey Creek again. And some of those wells, like I said, are so shallow in there. And, you know, what are we going to do for those people? People haven't lived here long enough to realize people couldn't shower. People couldn't drink anything but bottled water that are over there. And then over where they want that whole new neighborhood, that's all contaminated over there. So anyway, I appreciate everything, but it is kind of like, I don't want people looking up personal information of who I donated to or didn't donate to, or any of that kind of stuff. I mean, we all have different ideas about different things, and let's just get the utilities. And I said this to Mark Rousseau, because he did this one time. And I talked to Chang, whatever his name is, from Ann Arbor, you know, did his Ann Arbor thing. And I said, well, why aren't these developers paying for this stuff? Take it to them.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Paula.
Okay, who's participating remotely? Would like to speak?
Please raise your Zoom hand. First up, we have Jonathan Greenberg, followed by Pam Boyd. Jonathan?
Yeah, I can confirm that those chairs are incredibly uncomfortable. And that one of the benefits of Zoom is being able to sit in a chair that is comfortable for 4.5 hours. So yeah, maybe that could be something we look at in the future. I want to thank Jessica for proposing an extra minute for Rob. Unlike myself, Rob shows up prepared and is respectful. And when someone has a set of prepared notes and they're just trying to get through them, I mean, let's stop with the 3 minute, the 3 minute things. 3 minute timer is a device that is important for hotheads like myself, not Rob. That's something to shut me up, not Rob. How much time do I have left?
Oh, your time's up, Rob. Your time's up. Your time's up. Sorry.
No, I can't see it. It's all blurry on this.
Yes, time's up. Thank you.
No. Jessica, you tell me that. No, it's okay. Jesus, you guys can't have fun at 11:47. Come on. At any rate, I'll let you go. Just please be nice to people who are prepared and kind, and don't cut them off. Thank you.
Yeah. And
Is there anyone else participating remotely who would like to speak during public comment?
yeah, there's one more and then I have one response. Pam Boyd?
Thank you, Pam Boyd, a Scio resident. I live on well, so I don't have a dog in the fight of the water. And so I have no argument with how you voted. I would say that I think it's really important that the township have some kind of information to residents. I did a search online for how do you save water. There are several good articles online, but there should be a place on the website, the Scio website, that gives residents ideas, and that there is compassion, that you feel their pain. Some of you are on well and are now municipal water, so you understand. And I just think trying to educate and communicate is the important part in making this decision work. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good.
No other comments?
All right, you had a response?
Yeah, just a brief comment, just in light of everything tonight. I just want to ask all of us who are officers of the township to please try not to purposefully or inadvertently feed into some of these conspiracies that we heard at the beginning about there being a hit list, stuff like this. I know you two are going to an event,
What's some of your business?
and where this is, and what I'm saying is.
Sounds politically motivated, by the way.
So what I'm saying is, when we're showing our presence at events, when we're peddling and encouraging, even if we don't believe all the things everybody says, and we don't have to, so let's just try not to inadvertently encourage things that we know aren't true, give any appearance of endorsement or legitimacy when they're just factually without basis.
Jessica, the kind of condescending lecturing tone that you take at the end of this meeting is just really hard to take. You didn't hear the conspiracy spilling out at the beginning of the discussion? Oh my gosh, Larry Murdy, he's related to the former assessor. Wait, stop, everyone. Let's start an investigation. Let's see who's connected. Let's see if we can find the connections, the threads that connect. That's a conspiracy theory, and that was stated right there at the beginning of the meeting.
And you're.
What's the basis for choosing those names on that list? Don't lecture us about what a conspiracy theory is when it started with someone starting a
Nobody knew
conspiracy.
about the list.
You
gave it out, you asked for my I found several copies of my email that you requested. So talk about political.
It was brought to my attention
Hold on,
by
hold on.
the
That's a
assessor.
simple way to answer the question, just to put this to bed. You have a list. That list was, right? Good list. How did you curate the list?
I just started with Larry Murdy because he's related to
Okay.
the previous,
And
I,
underassessed.
All right, so
That's
that's
not
Larry
what we
Murray.
thought.
What about the other, there's 20 other?
his parents. Murdy's parents, right?
How did,
Now, I don't know, because I wanted when somebody,
you didn't explain to me. No, it's okay. I'm saying,
you're asking me.
but what I'm saying is, you're getting at Larry Murray. What I'm saying is you've got all these other factors. You've got, again, I haven't really gone through the list, but you've got people, I know in my neighborhood.
Okay.
You have, because they reached out to me. That's the only reason I'm aware of my neighborhood, right? You've got Will, you've got Mr. Grammatico, you've got other. How do those people get on the list? I think, if you can answer that question, I think you settle their concerns. I'm trying to help.
Okay, sure. So a lot of them are friends with previous assessor, 42 years. There's a lot of favoritism that has been going on in the township. And it's very well documented. You could even read through emails to see the different things.
And the list was to gather published and publicly available information.
About a select group of people who have
And-
some connection to
Right.
the former assessor in the mind of.
Sure, like
this trustee.
when the supervisor sends the sheriff to your house for telling you, so the township told me to build a fence to keep out dogs and other things from coming into my yard from my neighbor. I start building a fence, then the township sends the sheriff to my house for building material based on Jack Knowles. So that's favoritism. I had no ordinance violations. You sent the sheriff to my house at night. You know, and don't give us, Will, that you're just so special and you're perfect, because what you have done for this past 4 years is unacceptable. What not Larry, sorry, Jim, his affidavit was full of mistruths, and that you took to the state of Michigan in court, the Court of Appeals, with the attorney that you hired to do your bidding.
This is just all sorts of made up stuff
No, it's
that you're
not.
you're
It's
spewing out
documented.
here.
Not made up.
It's not,
It is.
So,
made up.
you know what?
I didn't
There you go,
hire
Mark.
him, the township.
It's been a honestly dysfunctional township for a
How about a
long
motion to
time.
adjourn? Can I say something? Can I say something?
Sure.
I move to adjourn.
Yes, that's what I'm looking for. So we have a motion to adjourn. We have support. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? We are
What an
adjourned.
embarrassment. What an embarrassment. Well, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Great.
You should be ashamed of yourself. Disgusting.
But no matter what I do.
What I do with this, Jeff? Leave it with you or, Jess, do I leave this with you?
Yeah.
All right. Have a good night, the rest of it.